Herzlich willkommen zu Beyond Lied. Es ist ein total schöner Blick hier ins Publikum, weil es so viele liebe Gesichter gibt, die man hier wieder sieht. Dazu komme ich aber gleich noch. Herzlich willkommen zu unserer Nachmittagsveranstaltung hier in der Staatlichen Hochschule für Musik und Darstellende Kunst im Rahmen des 14. Internationalen Wettbewerbs für Liedkunst Stuttgart. Was ist Beyond Lied? Was wollen wir heute Nachmittag bis etwa 19 Uhr hier gemeinsam erleben und machen? Warum treffen wir uns hier und warum findet das Ganze jetzt hier im Rahmen des Wettbewerbs statt? Letztendlich ist es schon eine ganz gute Tradition geworden, dass wir den Wettbewerbsfreitag, an dem keine Runde stattfindet, also an dem wir den Juroren mal einen Tag Pause gönnen und auch die Finalistinnen und Finalisten sich in Ruhe aufs Finale vorbereiten können, dass wir diesen Freitag aber nutzen, um uns mit Themen rund um das Lied zu beschäftigen. Es waren in den letzten Jahren in der Regel Gesprächsrunden, die wir hier am Abend haben stattfinden lassen. Vor 2 Jahren ging es um Liedkomponistinnen auf der ganzen Welt. Dann hatten wir einmal einen Hölderlin-Schwerpunkt. Wir haben uns auch schon einmal mit der Zukunft des Liedes auseinandergesetzt und letztendlich knüpfen wir daran eigentlich heute wieder an. Beyond Lied, was soll das sein? Was ist das? Und wer sitzt vor allen Dingen hier im Publikum? Ich hatte mir überlegt, das ist so schön, man hat alle 2 Jahre so wunderbare Begegnungen und Erlebnisse bei diesem Wettbewerb. Man lernt so großartige junge Künstlerinnen und Künstler kennen. Es sind tolle Preisträgerinnen und Preisträger jedes Mal und am liebsten würde ich auch alle regelmäßig immer wieder und jedes Jahr ganz oft hier nach Stuttgart zu Konzerten einladen. Das klappt nicht so ganz. Also manchmal muss man einfach ein paar Jahre warten, bis man sich dann wieder sieht und manchmal verliert man sich auch ein bisschen aus den Augen und das war die Idee, dass man vielleicht im Rahmen dieses Wettbewerbs eine Art Alumni-Treffen etablieren könnte. Diesem Freitag, dass man einfach sagt, wer Lust und Zeit hat, wer es einrichten kann, kommt vielleicht mal wieder hierher nach Stuttgart an die Wirkungsstätte, wo man vor 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 Jahren auf dieser Bühne hier gestanden hat und einen Preis beim Wettbewerb gewonnen hat. Und man kommt wieder zusammen, um sich zu treffen und vor allen Dingen, um miteinander ins Gespräch zu kommen. Denn letztendlich alle, die hier sind und auch sicherlich die uns online zugeschaltet sind im Livestream, brennen fürs Lied, sind daran interessiert am Lied und wollen auch letztendlich etwas dafür tun, dass wir in 10, 15, 20 und noch viel mehr Jahren immer noch diese wunderbare Kunst, diese wunderbare Gattung Lied gemeinsam genießen können. Wir wissen aber auch alle, dass das im Moment nicht so einfach ist, dass man tatsächlich ums Publikum zum Teil kämpfen muss, dass wir uns sicherlich auch jetzt im 21. Jahrhundert mit Formen, mit Formaten, mit Programmen beschäftigen müssen. Wie können wir heute mit dem Lied, das wir alle so lieben und von dem wir überzeugt sind, dass es eine Relevanz hat, immer noch, dass es eine Aussage hat, aber wie können wir auch die anderen davon überzeugen, beziehungsweise wie können wir sie ins Konzert locken? Denn ich glaube, jeder, der erst mal im Liederabend sitzt, der ist schon überzeugt. Wenn sie die Musik erlebt und die Lieder hört, dann muss man, glaube ich, nicht mehr viel Überzeugungsarbeit leisten. Aber der Weg dorthin ist manchmal die Schwelle, die wir irgendwie vielleicht ein bisschen helfen müssen zu überwinden. Und dafür ist dieser Tag auch gedacht. Ich freue mich wahnsinnig, dass Preisträgerinnen und Preisträger dieses Wettbewerbs hier sind, dass man sich wieder sieht. Und ich hoffe, dass wir alle zusammen einen schönen Nachmittag hier verbringen und vor allen Dingen, dass wir gemeinsam ins Gespräch kommen. Ich habe jetzt die große Freude, gleich unseren ersten Preisträger des letzten Wettbewerbs, vom Wettbewerb 2022, hier auf der Bühne neben mir zu begrüßen, den Pianisten Keval Shah. Vor 2 Jahren hat er gemeinsam mit dem Bariton Theodor Plett, der wegen Proben leider heute nicht hier sein kann, der aber auch sicherlich in Gedanken bei uns ist und uns herzlich grüßt. Also Keval Shah wird jetzt gleich den ersten Teil dieses Nachmittags gestalten mit einem Vortrag, das Lied im 21. Jahrhundert, Lied in the 21st Century, New Paths, New Audiences, New Stories. Ganz kurz ein paar Sätze zu Keval Shah. Viele von Ihnen und euch kennen ihn, aber er ist ein britisch-indischer Pianist und steht an der Spitze einer neuen Generation von Künstlern, die sich dem Genre Lied verschrieben haben. Keval ist für die künstlerische und intellektuelle Originalität seines Spiels und seiner Herangehensweise an die Programmgestaltung bekannt und hat in vielen führenden Konzerthallen und Festivals Europas gespielt. Er studierte Musik am Trinity Hall in Cambridge und anschließend an der Royal Academy of Music in London wo er an beiden Institutionen mit Auszeichnung abgeschlossen hat. Und seit 2020 ist Keval Shah Dozent für Lied an der Sibelius-Akademie in Helsinki, eine Ernennung, die ihn im Jahr 2020 dort zum jüngsten Professor der Institution machte. Zu seinen Wettbewerbserfolgen gehören neben dem ersten Preis, den er vor 2 Jahren hier bei uns gewonnen hat, der zweite Preis beim Kopenhagen Lied Duo Competition 2019. Beide hat er mit Theodor Plett gewonnen und auch der Gewinn der Oxford Leader Young Artists Plattform 2017. Er ist inzwischen auch der offizielle Pianist des internationalen Liedwettbewerbs der Wigmore Hall. Warum habe ich Keval eingeladen? Nicht nur, weil er so ein unglaublich sympathischer und liebenswerter Mensch ist und ein großartiger Pianist natürlich, sondern weil Theodor Plett und Keval Shah mich vor einem Jahr, etwa einem knappen Jahr, in einem guten Jahr, es war im Oktober, mit ihrem Preisträgerkonzertprogramm total begeistert haben. Und zwar mit der Art, wie dieses Programm zusammengestellt war, wie es Repertoire des 19. Jahrhunderts mit Repertoire der Gegenwart verbindet, wie es aktuelle Themen aufgreift und wie es dieses Thema der Relevanz unglaublich greifbar gemacht hat. Ein Liederabend, der mich nachhaltig beeindruckt hat, und vielleicht wird er selbst gleich am besten selbst noch etwas darüber erzählen, wie dieser Abend gestaltet und programmiert war. Aber das war ein Moment, wo ich dachte, das ist eine Art Liederabende zu programmieren und zu gestalten, die wirklich ins 21. Jahrhundert weist und die uns sozusagen vielleicht den Weg in die Zukunft ebnet. Ich habe jetzt genug geredet. Ich bitte Keval Shah hier auf die Bühne und freue mich sehr, wie gesagt, dass er da ist, dass Sie alle da sind und wünsche uns einen schönen Nachmittag.
Hello. Well, first, thank you very much for that awfully kind introduction. I will confess it's very daunting to be standing here on this stage, and more daunting than it was 2 years ago in some ways. I think it's one thing to feel a bit nervous about playing lead, but to talk about it in front of a room full of people whom I admire so greatly and who collectively have far more knowledge and experience in this repertoire than I ever will is a little bit daunting, to say the least. But really a huge thanks to Cornelia and to Leonie and everybody at the Wolf Academy for this invitation and for bringing us all here, because it's so nice to have an opportunity for us to kind of get together and hang out, basically, and to talk about this repertoire and the future of this repertoire, which I guess we are all very deeply invested in. I think we're often all so busy, like, doing our own thing, that to have an opportunity to come together in one place for an afternoon or for a few days and share ideas and be inspired by each other, I think it's a really lovely thing. So thank you very much for having all of us here. Yeah, like Cornelia said, I'm based in Helsinki now, and I would very briefly just like to give my students at the Sibelius Academy a bit of credit for what I'm about to talk about, because I've now been teaching in Helsinki for 4 years, and my students have willingly or otherwise become guinea pigs for my programming ideas. It's been really a platform and a playground for me to sort of try out different kinds of programming ideas with different kinds of repertoire, and it's really because of their willingness to do this stuff that I've been able to sort of see what works and what doesn't. I run a recital series at the Academy there, and it's just for lead, and we kind of do everything from an annual Schubertiade, where we focus on particular years of Schubert's life or particular poets in the Schubert circle. Recently we did a program of contemporary music by women composers with songs in Icelandic and Gaelic and Hindi and Finnish. Also last year a program of Ukrainian settings of Heinrich Heine. Like, by the middle of the 19th century, Heine was being performed in Ukrainian translation alongside other languages, so Ukrainian composers were setting Heine in translation. So we did a program of Heine settings in German by German composers alongside settings of the same poems in Ukrainian, and of course that had a particular kind of weight and feeling in Finland, a country which knows all too well the problems of having a Russian neighbor. At the moment they're working on a project which is looking at the influence of Indian culture on British and American songwriting in the 20th and 21st centuries. As I'm sure many of you know, there are large diaspora populations of Indian people in these countries because of the legacies of empire and colonialism, and the influence of Indian culture on British and American art song is a kind of fascinating and surprising one. So in that program, they're going to be singing in Hindi and in Punjabi and in Sanskrit, but also in English, setting Indian poetry in English translation. So I'm very grateful to them for doing all of these things and giving me an opportunity to see what we might be able to do with song in the 21st century. I also run a year-long course, not a 45-minute course, a year-long course on recital programming, the history of the Lied recital, and repertoire research. And so a lot of the ideas that I'm going to briefly talk about today are things that have really synthesized in my mind because of that class. And again, if any of them are watching, and I hope they are, this is just a thank you to them for kind of helping me formulate these ideas. What I'd like to do today is talk a little bit about two programs of mine. One that Cornelia just mentioned, this program that we first performed here in Stuttgart a year ago, and also a program that I'm premiering in 2 weeks' time. I'm not talking about my own programs because I think I'm the only one that's doing interesting programming, far from it, but I don't necessarily feel comfortable talking on behalf of other artists, although I will reference some other artists and their programs which I've been particularly inspired by. Before I talk about those programs, I think it's important to set a bit of framework and context for my thinking. So I have some, let's call them premises, which are in my mind as I'm thinking about this kind of programming. And my first premise is that the song recital is a constantly evolving performing practice. And this is something which I didn't really realize when I was studying. I had, studying in London, which is a city with a great Lied tradition and extraordinary access to really top quality Lied performance, like on your doorstep. It was perhaps easy to think that the Lied culture is a fixed entity, but it's been kind of fascinating to go back in time and see, well, how was Lied programmed in public concert life, as opposed to in the days when it sort of had a salon culture. When Lied was first brought into public concert hall life, what did it look like? And how is that different from what it was then 50 years after that and 50 years after that, etc., etc.? This, for example, is a program of Clara Schumann's from 1844 in Königsberg, and it's quite difficult to read, but I think you can see that it's not just songs. It begins with an overture von Weber, and then a Beethoven sonata played by Clara Schumann, and then two songs, Die Post, Winterreise's Die Post from Schubert, and a song by Storch, Anton Storch, who I don't know anything about, but Clara Schumann obviously thought this was a song worth performing. And then in the second half of the program, a trio of songs, Mondnacht, and the song that we now know as Widmung from Robert Schumann, and in between, one of Clara's own songs, Liebeszauber. I think it's interesting in this program that Clara Schumann groups together the songs as individual numbers in the program. And I was talking to my friend and great colleague Natascha Logus, professor at the Hochschule für Musik in Freiburg, who was telling me that improvisation was such a strong practice at this point in 19th century pedagogy and piano education that it was basically expected that pianists would be able to improvise their way in between songs. So rather than treating the songs as individual numbers, she's treating the group of songs as an entity and improvising in between them to link them up as a single, kind of a totality. This perhaps is not what we think of in Lied programming in 2024. But neither is this. This is a program of Frieda Hempel, who was a German soprano who moved to New York before the First World War and had a very fine career at the Metropolitan Opera and with many recitals at Carnegie Hall, amongst other places. This is a recital she gave in 1925. Miss Hempel will sing, it begins, and she will sing a group of German songs, followed by a group of French songs. The group of French songs is quite interesting, I think, because it features some composers that are not so commonly performed today. It was very nice to see Augusta Holmes have a song featured in this program. Her songs seem to be making a welcome resurgence, but it's nice to see that they were actually already being performed in the first part of the century. Then an aria from I Puritani with flute obbligato, and then folk songs from many lands. We're not told which lands these folk songs come from, but there are many of them. She doesn't feel the need to list them, though, which I think is interesting. And then she ends with a Donizetti aria from La Fille du Régiment. Again, not what we necessarily think of as Lied programming. This is an example of something which perhaps we recognize more. This is one of Dietrich Fischer-Dieskau's Salzburg Festspiele recitals with Gerald Moore from 1956, where Heinrich Heine is acting as a kind of frame for the recital with songs by Schubert, Dichte Liebe of Schumann, and then some encores which are not all Heinrich Heine. Maybe he just really wanted to perform Schöne Fremde. There's nothing wrong with that. I just think it's quite interesting that after a whole evening of Heine, he thinks it's time for something else. I'm sorry, this is a very bad photocopy. This is a recital from 1960 in London, which I think is also perhaps slightly more recognizable to us as a Lied recital program. This was a recital given by Bruce Boyce and Gerald Moore, and it's a pretty heavy program. Mayrhofer songs of Schubert and then Dichte Liebe in the first half, and then after the interval, starting with the Vier Ernste Gesänge of Brahms, and then for some light relief, a collection of songs from the Italienisches Liederbuch. We recognize this, I think, that this looks a bit like the kinds of recitals that we can still attend today, of course. I sadly wasn't able to find a printed version, but I wanted to next show you one of Graham Johnson's Songmaker's Almanac programs. Graham Johnson, great British pianist who founded this group, the Songmaker's Almanac, in 1976 for the exploration of a wider body of repertoire and in, let's call it, a new format. You had multiple singers on stage and songs were interspersed with readings, with excerpts of letters or diaries from the composers and the poets. And he was constructing different kinds of narratives rather than narratives around a single poet or a single composer. At the time, this was something very new, and of course, I think many of us pianists and singers have been inspired, consciously or otherwise, by this approach to programming. If you're interested, Graham has published a beautiful book with all of the programs of these Almanac concerts and his, as ever, eloquent and fascinating notes on the research behind the programs. But of course, the sort of, let's say, the late 20th century program structure is not a final destination. The recital keeps evolving. This is a recital that's actually happening in the future. This is Emma Nikolovska and Sean Schieber, the guitarist, at the Pierre Boulez Saal in Berlin next year. This is a program, sadly the title is missing here, but the title of the program is Orlando, and this is a kind of a retelling of the narrative of Orlando the Troubadour via Virginia Woolf and other interpretations, and it features such a wide range of music: Schubert, Pauline Viardot, Jules Massenet, contemporary music by Adès, Tansy Davies, and commissions from Cassandra Miller and Sasha Scott. So this recital format is constantly evolving. I don't think we necessarily have time today to talk about what is catalyzing these changes, but I think maybe briefly I could say that I think changes in societal structures, changes in the priorities or the interests of the artists, the audience, the promoters, all of these things shift where the recital goes and where the recital is going. And I think if I could just put forward one idea, that as societies change and the question of who our audience is or who our audience could be changes, that kind of opens up some interesting possibilities for the kind of repertoire we perform and the kinds of stories we tell. If I think about in what ways our society is changing, maybe a couple of things that in my mind as I'm programming are, number one, migration and globalism, that we're living, especially in urban places, we're living in increasingly multicultural places. We are working in more multicultural environments, and people are moving across the world more and more. There's also a lack of Lied visibility, shall we say, in public life, compared to, I suppose, the time when Diesgar was doing these concerts in Salzburg Festspiele. The regular visibility of this in public life or in education is less than it used to be, and I think that has an effect on what kind of base level knowledge we can assume our audience has when they come to a Liederabend. That doesn't necessarily mean we should change the repertoire we program, but something about how we frame that repertoire might need to change in order to make it somehow more accessible or more enticing for an audience that doesn't come with a family history of listening to Mayrhofer settings on a Friday evening. Somehow I think I grew up wishing my family did that, but we didn't. And the other thing, I think, which we have to acknowledge is the general sense of an aging population, especially in Europe and in America. Aging populations, and with that, aging audiences. This has an impact on the way we program, I think, because I think it forces us to think about enticing a new audience and reaching out to new audiences. And I do think in that respect, our programming might shift. As I said, I'm going to talk about my programs today, but it would be remiss of me not to mention some of the artists like Emma and Sean, whose programming I find so inspiring. And if I could just drop a few other people's names in as programs that I've sort of been really struck by. Fleur Barron and Kunal Lahiri did a program here in Stuttgart, I think 2 seasons ago, called The Power and the Glory. It's going to Carnegie Hall this season, and in that program they combined music from Peru, India, Germany, France, Cuba, America, China, to explore the impact of empire and colonialism on crafting identity. And it was a really beautiful recital. Beautiful because it aesthetically worked, and I'm going to come on to that, sort of why that is still at the forefront of my thinking. And another example is this recent Winterreise Weltreise program that Natascha Loges put together for Julian Pregadian and Neues Estrellas, where Natascha, Dr. Loges actually I should say, she put together songs from Korea, Syria, Egypt, Nigeria, amongst other places, highlighting the work of composers whose music was influenced by colonial forces, and she interspersed these songs with some songs from Schubert's Winterreise to craft a new kind of winter journey. So I think she kept maybe half of the songs from Winterreise and replaced the others with songs from around the world, countries which have song repertoires as a result of pianos and conservatoires being transported to these countries during the times of empire. Kind of reframing Winterreise and telling a new story through a piece of repertoire that the audience here in Stuttgart or there in Freiburg would be very familiar with. I'm just really fascinated and interested by all these artists and scholars who are finding ways of creating new types of experiences, using new repertoire, but also using older repertoires, more standard repertoires, and just finding new perspectives on these things. This leads me on to my second premise, which is that song is a global repertoire. And access to it is easier than ever before. I certainly was educated to think that song repertoire was Germany, France, and England, and maybe America, if we were lucky. But in recent years, this is just to talk about how the lead course we had at university, we didn't really explore anything outside of that. And now I know that there is song repertoire in Korea, there is song repertoire in India, there is song repertoire in Indonesia, there's a huge body of Indonesian song repertoire. There are song repertoires in basically all countries where pianos moved. And that's not to speak of song repertoires that are not for voice and piano, even if I might stick to those for the purposes of this conversation. I don't think we've got time to discuss the difference between what is a lead and what is just a song. But if we focus on music for voice and piano, there is repertoire in original languages all over the world. And because we live in a digitally connected age with access to Zoom, and too much access to Zoom probably, but the ability to meet native speakers online to learn about diction and to get familiarity or to find the scores even, we can write to these scholars of Indonesian repertoire who are in Indonesia and get access to the material faster than ever before. This is a huge opportunity for us to rethink what our repertoire is and therefore what we could do with it, what stories we can tell with it. And I think what I'm particularly interested in is how we can combine seemingly distant cultures or distant repertoire practices and find common ground that allows us to shed new light and new perspectives on the repertoire which we already know. My final premise is that the real power of song lies in its ability to communicate different kinds of stories. I think the thing that draws us to song, whether we're aware of it or not, as players, as singers, audiences, is the way in which it tells stories. I mean, why do we love Winterreise still? Why do we love LiedLOVERS still? Is it just because of the music? I mean, the music is amazing, but it's something about the narrative. It's interesting to me that we are so much more likely today to perform Winterreise as a through narrative or to perform LiedLOVERS as a through narrative than that would ever have been the case in Schubert or Schumann's time. The idea of performing the whole cycle was not really part of a performance practice at that point in the 19th century, but now we are really drawn to the whole arch of the story. I think to a greater or lesser extent we see ourselves in these stories. Not necessarily the complete narrative, but somehow we identify with something in these stories that draws us back time and time again. So if we expand our concept of what the repertoire is, might we also expand our concept of what kinds of stories we could be telling, and indeed to whom? I think if we're going to talk very briefly about new audiences now, I think we'll mention this much more in the roundtable discussion. I do think that attracting new audiences will be about broadening our repertoire so we can tell new stories, but I do not think that broadening our repertoire is just to attract new audiences. I really think that our regular Lied audience who come already to these concerts can enjoy and be moved by these broader stories. They can see themselves reflected in Korean song, in Egyptian song, in Cuban song, if we frame it in certain ways. In many ways, I think it's easier for this regular Lied audience to find common ground and find identity in new repertoires because they are familiar with this mode of listening. They come to recitals, they know how to listen to poetry and music at the same time. They know how to sit through a Lied recital, which, let's face it, is maybe not the easiest thing to do if you've never done it before. So that's like my framework. And with this framework in mind, I'm going to talk now about some programs. But before I go into the details, it's worth saying that I do have some basic aesthetic principles that govern all my programming too, because having a good idea isn't enough. At the end of the day, songs are experienced in time. A Liederabend is a sequence of songs. It's not just one song, then another, then another. It's somehow the construction, the architectural construction of a journey, it's a handling of time that requires careful thought and planning. And in that sense, I do have some sort of general aesthetic things that I'm thinking about when considering the order of songs, the pacing of music, the handling of time in general. And like I said, this is regardless of the story I want to tell, whether I'm telling a story using just the songs of one composer or just songs in one language or doing something with a lot of stylistic diversity. I think these kinds of principles I certainly find very useful. I think, the main thing is that songs are temporal. We experience songs in time. And by that, I mean that when you listen to the second song in a program, you're listening to it having heard the first one. So that second song has a different impact if you put it at the beginning of the program than if you put it second. It's the reason why, we all think about opening gestures and closing gestures in recitals. We don't just think that any song will be a perfect start. Somehow we have a sense that certain songs are better suited to certain points in a program. I think being aware of this sense of timing is also useful when thinking about how our audiences listen. I think research has shown that audiences don't necessarily hold on to all the details consistently over 45 minutes or an hour. I mean, you maybe are not holding on to anything I'm saying, and that's totally fine, for example. But you listen in certain ways, you bring off certain things, and audience concentration goes in and out. So are they listening to every single word? Probably not, but they are aware of the way in which time is flowing. They can feel when the interval is close, or you can make them feel like the interval is close if you structure a certain kind of progression towards the end of a half. More difficult, how do you bring them back after the interval? How do you grab someone's attention at the start of a second half of a recital when they've had a few drinks and they've seen their friends and they've had some fresh air? Getting someone back into the hall and getting their concentration back is dependent on how we program the opening of a second half, I think. It's all about flow, and by flow I just mean like how time unfolds in a sequence, with enough cohesion between the different elements so that you feel that there is something that's linking things, but enough space between the elements that you don't feel that you're being straitjacketed. I'm thinking, for example, here's an example of a terrible program. This is my own, so I can say it. This is the first ever program I made. I was the tenor in this. It was the first and last time I ever sang a Lied recital, and my 18-year-old self should be forgiven for this, but this was a recital, well, guess the theme. Yeah, I had a great idea. I had something to link my songs together, but I wasn't really thinking temporally. I just thought, well, I like spring, so here are lots of songs with spring in the title, and maybe if I just put each composer one after the other in chronological order, it'll work. Now, to give 18-year-old me some credit, I think I did try and frame an opening and a closing gesture with this my Lied and my Nacht thing. But beyond that, I didn't really get that actually what matters is not necessarily which songs I'm doing, but how I structure those songs in time. So now I tend to think about stitching time in threads, not chains. So threads allow for commonality, they allow for linking, but they also allow breathing room. It's like stitching something out of silk rather than out of chainmail, where you just feel a bit sort of, too uncomfortable. So if flow is dependent on let's say, sonic things rather than purely thematic. So just having spring as a poetic theme is not enough to hold my program together. What are the sonic or musical things that I'm thinking about in my programming? These are just some of the things I came up with. I'd be interested to talk with all of you afterwards about what kinds of things you are thinking of when you think about flow. But yeah, time markers like opening and closing gestures, meter, like maybe not having 7 songs in a row all in 6/8, unless you want that particular effect. Motif and motivic linking, does the end of one song and the start of the next song have some kind of motivic similarity that allows you to make a certain kind of connection or not? Keys and harmony, I'm thinking, for example, like this wonderful alma mater song, Laue Sommernacht, that ends on that E7 chord, which is such a great invitation to then start the next song in A major or in F sharp minor, depending on what kind of effect you want to create, what kind of story you want to tell. Textural variety or textural linking even. Do I want to have 2 songs side by side that have the same pianistic texture, or do I consciously want to make sure there's textural variety in the sonic world? Tempi, maybe not having 7 songs in a row that are all langsam. Again, you can if you want a particular effect, but it's something to be mindful of, that it affects how time is perceived. And this really big one, I think, of improvisation, that again, maybe this is an art that in our educational times we have lost slightly, but the ability to improvise and the ability to connect things, individual elements by improvising, which was such a typical 19th century practice, and which indeed Natascha Logus did in the concert of this Winterreise Weltreise. She had a German composer and music theorist, so he composed some linking passages to get us from Syrian song to Die Krähe or whatever, using motivic links and harmonic shifts. This is totally a possibility for us, and from what I understand in Germany at least, the culture of music theory is still very, very strong, so this might be the perfect place where improvisational practices resurge. Those are some aesthetic principles. I guess, in short, this is just all about conscious handling of material for a specific effect to create a specific kind of story. I'm now going to talk about some programs, 2 programs, and I'm just going to talk very briefly about these because I think, in a way, the programs themselves are not the most interesting thing. I think it's kind of the thinking behind it that is more interesting for today's purposes. But this is the program that we did here in Stuttgart last year, and the starting point for it was that we really wanted to do the Kernelieder, because we really like the Kernelieder. But we were really struggling to find a better reason. I think it's a good reason. To want to do something is a good enough reason to program it, but in a 2-half Liederabend, we didn't want to feel like Kernelieder was just one thing in the first half and then we did other things in the second half. We wanted to find a way to bring all this stuff together. And around the same time, Theo had just been singing here at the Singing Justice Conference, where he had really had his imagination woken up to African-American repertoire. And we came across this cycle by Sean Okpebolo. He's based in Chicago. He wrote this cycle in 2020 called 2 Black Churches. And they're a pair of songs about white supremacist murders of black people. The first, the Ballad of Birmingham, is about the bombing of the 16th Street Alabama Church in Birmingham, Alabama, in which 4 young girls lost their lives. And then this second song, The Rain, is about the 2015 shooting in the Mother Emanuel Church in South Carolina. Perhaps this is not typical Liederabend fare, but these are songs that have been written and the music is extraordinarily good. So how do we program this stuff? How do I put these songs in a program without feeling that I'm somehow making something awkward or uncomfortable or unnecessarily dramatic? How do I frame this repertoire in a way that makes it feel like it belongs in a program? And then reading the poetry of Kerner in more detail, this line started to really resonate in our minds. Dass ich trag Todeswunden, das ist der Menschen tun. The fact that I have mortal wounds, that is the work of man. And this idea that kind of carries through the Kernelieder of Schumann, that nature is the only possible healer because man keeps destroying itself. Man is unable to heal itself, and so we have to recourse somewhere else. And this became kind of like a building block for this program. And around it, we didn't like the idea of opening with the first song of the Opus 35. And for a purely practical reason, it didn't feel comfortable to open a concert with this very dramatic gesture that had no sense of grounding. So thinking purely practically, we wanted to open with something that gave us a bit of opportunity to settle ourselves physically. And so we chose a pair of the early settings of Kerner from the 1820s, the late 1820s. Kurzes Erwachen, which is a kind of this beautiful, like, it's a really nice opening gesture because it starts kind of in the middle. It doesn't begin with a strong kind of tonic gesture. It starts just hanging on the dominant ninth chord. And then Im Herbst, there was something poetic about doing a concert in autumn and having this song in autumn that's an easy link to your audience and to the world around them, I guess. But having given the Stuttgart audience, who of course know Kerner was from Ludwigsburg, this is repertoire that the audience here knows really well and loves for good reason, the second half of our concert was other kinds of songs featuring mortal wounds. We opened with a song by James Macmillan, a setting of a poem by William Soutar, which William Soutar wrote after the bombing of Guernica during the Second World War, where children were deliberately targeted as victims of this attack. And coincidentally, the attack in Birmingham, Alabama, was called the American Guernica in many newspaper reports after it happened. So there was a link going back there. Not a link that was audible, of course, but somehow it gave some thematic or poetic unity to these pieces. In between, a cycle by Poulenc, which kind of got the musical flow moving again, because the Macmillan is basically entirely unaccompanied and very, very slow. And then this kind of lightning flash of music by Poulenc, which he wrote in 1950, the poetry by Éluard, written in response to the Nazi occupation of France, in which first there is this sense of destruction and then the possibility of some eternal humanity that outlives any temporary conflict. After the Ocpebolo, we didn't put this in the program, but we actually ended up quoting. We took the last 16 or so bars of Wer machte dich so krank, and we just played them again, because the last chord of the Ocpebolo was an E-flat minor 7 chord, and it just hangs there feeling super unresolved. And then this gesture, Das ich trag Todeswunden, which goes from E-flat 7 back to A-flat, it just kind of took us straight back to the heart of what this recital was about. And I think for an audience who perhaps was unfamiliar or perhaps even a bit uncomfortable listening to this Ocpebolo, this is a 15-minute pair of songs, which is really very intense in its musical language and its content, to have the kind of clarity of this musical language, but the strong thematic link back to why we're bringing these repertoires into contact, I think was quite powerful. I can't speak for the quality of the performance, but it was nice to see how people responded to it, and that told me something about the possibilities that are existing when we kind of pair repertoire in thoughtful ways. We ended the program with a pair of songs by Leslie Adams and Florence Price, which were very much in this mode of looking for reconciliation and looking for peace. We weren't going to end this program with something super, super happy and jolly and life is great, because we'd set up something quite heavy. At the same time, we didn't want to leave our audience feeling completely bereft of hope. And this beautiful Florence Price song, Fee to Jesus, which talks about asking for a way forward. A line which is also in the Leslie Adams prayer, where he keeps repeating this line, Lord, which way to go? So kind of an open invitation to our audience at the end of the concert to ask themselves, which way do you want to go in this world? This morning I was just looking at, I managed to find a review of our concert, having thankfully not found it a year ago. What was so touching was that this Stuttgart reviewer, who from the way he wrote about the Kerner Lieder, obviously knows the repertoire really, really well and is deeply invested in this music. I was so touched to read that he said that the second half of the concert was particularly inspiring. And this showed me that for a regular Lied audience, there's no reason why we can't diversify our repertoire and think more broadly about the kinds of stories we tell and the worlds which we bring into our programming. It doesn't have to be the case that we think about diverse repertoire for diverse audiences, whatever that means, and then we can just keep doing just Schumann for everybody else. Of course we can do that, but there's no reason, I don't think, to limit ourselves. I don't have time to talk about this. We did another version of this program. On a purely practical level, I think we all have to contend with the fact that we don't get many opportunities to do exactly the same program again and again, but having enough stylistic variety in a program that allows you to kind of shift your story in subtle ways allowed us to do a version of the program in Wigmore Hall where we just took excerpts of Kerner Lieder to get the story idea across. We did the same quotation of Wer machte dich so krank after the Ocpebolo songs, but we reframed the narrative at the end to leave the audience feeling slightly more optimistic about the way forward. I'm going to talk very briefly now about this program and this extremely fabulous photo, which I make no apologies for. This is the work of a great artist called Claire Park, who had this crazy idea that we should reflect the content of our recital in visual form. And I'm very happy she had this idea because this program is, we're premiering it in 2 weeks' time, and it is a reimagining of the Hindu holy scripture Bhagavad Gita, which was written any time between the 5th and 2nd centuries BC. So it's like over 2,000-year-old Vedic philosophical scripture in Sanskrit. And it was a really big part of my childhood, and for the longest time now I've been wanting to find a way of bringing together the various parts of my cultural identity. I grew up in an Indian household with Gujarati culture, speaking Gujarati, eating Indian food, reading Sanskrit verses. I didn't grow up with Lied culture or classical music culture at all. I'm very, very happy and honored to be working in this profession, but I have for a long time felt that in some way I'm having to leave behind one part of myself in order to step onto the stage and play Schumann, and I don't want to do that anymore. So could I perhaps find a way to first align in myself my identity, which I was happy to be able to do, and then find a way of reflecting that in my art. And so this concert project is taking verses of the Bhagavad Gita. We've chosen with my singer Jazdi, we've gone through the 700 verses and taken kind of core verses which we think summarize the Eastern philosophy. And we found songs from the Western Lied canon which either resonate with this ancient Indian philosophy or come into direct conflict with. So briefly, Eastern and Western concepts of life and death are very different. Time in the Western philosophy is a linear thing, time in Eastern philosophy is a circular thing. In the Bhagavad Gita, we talk about life and death cycles and eventually leaving the cycle of birth and death. In Western philosophy, death is often in lyric poetry anyway, romanticized as a kind of like, you know, if I'm struggling in life, I will die. Let death come as soon as possible and let that be the end. So I don't want to go through the whole program, but we put it in a circle because we're trying to reflect the Eastern philosophy of time, and the concert begins and ends in the same place. So we open with a gesture by Britten, the setting of William Blake, in which he talks about eternity being found in an hour, which really is the core of the Gita. The Gita is about this thick, and it contains eternity in 18 chapters that you can read in under an hour. Maybe it takes a lifetime to understand it, but it's a very, very short bit of writing. So the concert will begin and end with that Britten. And then we have stitched together verses of the Gita with songs by Brahms, Mahler, Schubert, Wolf. And in different kinds of ways we've done these stitchings. I'll just show you briefly that the end of the Britten song, this is the proverb, and eternity in an hour. Reena Esmail, the composer of this cycle, who has trained in both Western and North Indian classical composition, she has then taken the Britten accompaniment figure and begun the Sanskrit on top. So we kind of are doing this kind of linking thing again, not an improvisational link, but a written out one. In a different vein, later in the cycle, Schubert's Auf dem Wasser zu singen, the Stolberg poem, which talks so beautifully about the passing of time and the desire at some point to escape time. This 16th note gesture, semiquaver gesture in the right hand is then kind of quoted in, or prefigured actually, in one of Reena's songs, again to make links between what seem like disparate cultures and disparate repertoires. And then later on, to really show how it's possible to fuse both cultures, not to have them as separate things, but actually have them as one thing, she has superimposed a Western song with one of her Sanskrit songs. So in the piano part, the melody is a popular folk song called Jesus Christ, the Apple Tree. It exists in a very famous setting by Elizabeth Poston, and so the piano plays the Western melody, and on top of that is this Eastern melodic thing, and halfway through the song we switch, so then the piano part plays the Sanskrit melody and the vocal line sings the folk song that the people in Oxford, where we're doing the concert, will most likely recognize the material. So there are both musical and textual links here. The textual links between that which is familiar in German poetry, for example, the concept of death being an end, versus quoting bits of the Gita where we say death is not an end. Or for example, the Mahler um Mitternacht, where it comes in the program near the end, Ruckert talks of how kein Stern vom Sterngewimmel hat mir gelacht, no stars in the firmament smiled at me. And this is exactly what Arjun, the character of the Gita, is facing at the start of this scripture. He is about to face a battle and he gets stuck. He's unable to act. So he calls upon Krishna, the god, to give him advice. And at the end of the Gita, his delusion is shattered and he has found enlightenment. And so the words of Ruckert or Mitternacht end up sounding like the words of Arjun, saying, there were no stars, there was nothing positive. And then, Herr, God, you saved me. And that leads straight into a song by Wolf, An die Geliebte, which ends with this line about Da lachen alle Sterne. There, all of the stars were shining. I'm going to improvise links between all the Western songs to create this kind of unbroken chain between everything. So either Rena has written connections between her songs and Western songs, or I'm going to connect Western song to Western song as needed. The idea is to create a completely unbroken dialogue of Eastern and Western cultures. And again, we are going to invite people from the Indian community in London because they are close by, and I hope that they might see themselves in some of this. Maybe not in the Schubert immediately, but they will recognize perhaps these scriptural texts. But also for the regular audience at the Oxford International Song Festival, I think it's really special to be able to shine new light on familiar repertoire and say that actually this stuff connects with a culture which you may think is so far away, or which you know through yoga, or which you know through the food you love, but perhaps which you don't know much about in its philosophical tradition. And this allows us to kind of find let's put it this way, I think it turns the song recital into a ground for multicultural dialogue. If that's not too grand a thing to say, I do think it's possible. I think I should probably stop talking now because it's been 45 minutes, and I did say I would only take 45 minutes. But if I could just summarize some of my thoughts on this, I think when we broaden our concept of what the repertoire is, our concept of what stories we can tell is also broadened. I think when we are worried, if we are indeed worried about the future of our genre and who our audience will be, then I think broadening our repertoire also gives us more possibility to engage a broader audience. And I think it also allows us the possibility to engage our current audience with the world around them in a more concrete way. At its best, I really believe that song and the art of the song recital can be an exercise in cultural bridge building. I think it's much easier to demonstrate cultural similarities, to find cultural unity when you program it in song necessarily than to talk about it. I think it can be difficult sometimes to explain the ways in which multiculturalism is a good thing to people who find it not a good thing. I think it can be difficult to explain why we should be interested in finding common ground between different people. But the reality is most of us are living in an increasingly multicultural, globalized world. And if the song recital is going to demonstrate that it can really be of this world, and I think there's no reason why it shouldn't be when the repertoire is very much of the world, the poetry is of the world, I think our performance practice could also be of this world. And in that way, we become not only a really wonderful art form, but also like a bridge between audiences, a bridge between different time periods, a bridge between us and our audience, and a bridge between the concert hall and the world. And I think that's quite an interesting thing to think about for the future of our genre. So thank you very much, and I'm kind of very much hoping that you have many questions or disagreements or things that we can talk about. Otherwise, it'll be snack time far too soon. So thank you very much. Yeah, I hope there are some questions, or comments, or observations, or disagreements, or whatever. But I think now is time for us to talk about all of these things. So if somebody has something to say, please say it. Yes.
Thanks, Keval. It was really fascinating, and I was spellbound. Do you have any thoughts about audiences applauding, creating groups so that audiences are aware of where they are allowed to applaud or not?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think a big thing about this programmatic flow is that it kind of allows you to manage audience behavior. I think Clara Schumann creating improvisational links between her songs stops her audience from clapping. I think if we want to say to our audience that, okay, I'm conceiving of this thing as a block, then we should be very mindful of how we move from song to song. If physically in our body language at the piano or on stage as a singer, we really show an ending, we're sort of signaling to the audience that this something is over. If we maintain the tension in the air somehow and not give people a chance to breathe or clap, then perhaps it's easier to maintain that flow. I mean, in general, this clapping thing, I really think there's nothing wrong with politely indicating what you would like in your recital. There's nothing wrong with putting it in the program in a nice way to say, you know, in this concert, we would really like to think of blah, 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 so if you would like to applaud, please do it at the end of each group as indicated. You know, I don't think we have to sort of, we shouldn't chastise our audience for clapping. That's the most off-putting thing in the world, someone who comes in for the first time and they feel guilty for not knowing when to clap. So we should help them. If we have an opinion about when we want applause, we should be clear about it. Like, if we set clear expectations, then our audience feels safe. I think safety is a big thing for new audiences. I think our institutions, many of our institutions are, and it's not their fault necessarily, but our institutions are kind of heavy places and heavy sites of tradition, which can be quite oppressive and quite unwelcoming to people who have not spent a lot of time in them, especially people who look different or people who just don't see themselves reflected on the stage. So if we verbalize our desires or show them in the way we do our flow, I think maybe that makes it easier. Does that make sense?
Completely, I agree. I think many audiences feel daunted when they're not sure where to clap, and there's a lot of criticism within audiences when someone claps. So I think, like you said, just kindness and safety, feeling in a safe place thank you.
Yeah. And also, at the end of the day, it's really nice if someone wants to clap. Like, I might be irritated that they've broken my flow, but how lovely that someone felt that they enjoyed that performance enough that they want to tell me that they liked it. You know, in North Indian classical music culture, people clap, like in jazz actually, people clap during the performance. If someone's improvising and doing something really impressive, people just get going, they just stand up and applaud, and people carry on playing. So, you know, our performance culture is different, but certainly we can explain our expectations more clearly, for sure.
Thank you.
So I loved almost everything you said. I want to send that out there first. But there was one little thing that I'd like to nitpick about.
Please.
You talked about how you think that a sort of captured Lied audience finds it easier to relate to the newer things than perhaps an audience from outside. It's something I think about a lot, and I think that we as people who put song in the world are afraid of, and I think we're wrong about that. I think that song is so essential to who we are as human beings that we should embrace every member of every audience. And I think, I don't know, in my experience, it's often the newer audience members who relate better to what we as daily Lied makers think is difficult.
I think you're absolutely right. I didn't articulate very clearly what I meant by that. I think you're absolutely right, especially if I think about contemporary music, for example. You know, people who have not spent many years listening to Lied repertoire, they don't come with any expectations or assumptions, so they are much more likely to be grabbed than someone who has listened to just 19th century song. I think what I meant, perhaps, and I think you're completely right, so I don't want to disagree with you at all. I think what I meant in that example was simply that there are barriers for listening to song in a multi-language concert when it comes to like the format and the environment that I think doesn't always allow new audiences to relax and focus on listening. I think there can be, just purely anecdotally, if I think about people in my family who come to my concerts and the feedback they give me is really interesting because they kind of like some things, but they are so aware of the stuff that they are not comfortable in the environment, not in the music, in the environment that distracts them. And yeah, I was just very pleasantly surprised. I was pleasantly surprised that the audience here in Stuttgart, when we did this Mortal Wounds program, I was expecting them to love Kerner or have strong opinions about why our Kerner was not, good, but maybe to feel a little bit kind of apprehensive about songs about black kids being shot and bombed by white supremacists. But the intensity of the reception towards that repertoire, that really kind of got me thinking that, okay, I don't need to be afraid of challenging a regular audience. If I can frame it in a certain way, they can totally get that and see themselves in it because they see Kerner in it in a way. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. I think what I would say to that is then it's a question of how we invite which audiences into which spaces.
Yeah, hopefully we'll talk about that later because I think that's a huge thing we have to talk about.
That was wonderful. I had the privilege to hear a little bit of that last night at dinner. But it was the way it was eloquently stitched together was beautiful. So I wanted to mention about the possibility of, I think we heard about other genres there. You mentioned jazz. I wanted to see if also anyone else here or you had thought about how we can bring other genres, i.e., let's say non-classical, into the song recital. And I think if we talk about your Mortal Wounds program, there's obviously the idea of conflict is deeply entrenched in that idea. But if we think about all music, there's so much music that we can access to tell that story. Now, my thinking when programming is I'd love to be able to bring in, music by David Bowie or music by Queen or some Miles Davis or things. But sometimes I'm thinking, okay, the voice and the piano doesn't really allow me to do that. And if I try and play a song from Dire Straits on the piano, then it feels a little bit awkward. And I don't know, where do you stand on that? And has anyone been able to successfully or kind of comfortably sort of achieve that expansion?
Yeah, I definitely also find it very interesting. In that Mortal Wounds, in the version we did at Wigmore, we did put that one Joan Baez song in. It worked, I think, because the arrangement was really good. I think, if we talk about one of the things that makes lead versus other song, I do think that boundary is very blurry in the best way. But maybe as pianists, we are interested in doing more than playing chordal accompaniments to pop music vocal lines, right? So if we can make arrangements that feel like they are musically satisfying for us, and I think there are some fantastic arrangers out there. I've recently heard on an album, it was Olivia Vermeulen and Jan Philipp Schulze, maybe, who did Billie Eilish on a recital program. Yeah? I mean, and it worked so well. And there are, at the moment, I'm working on a project in Helsinki in a slightly different vein. I've been really interested in Taylor Swift's new album and the way in which the poetry of that album really resonates with a lot of Meyerhofer poetry. I find a lot of similar kinds of issues being dealt with. I don't think it's going to work to turn loads of Taylor Swift songs into piano voice covers, nor do I necessarily think there are many singers who are going to be able to comfortably or would want to comfortably switch between these vocal styles. So we're going to try and actually just do a Liederabend with two different singers and say, okay, we can find a way of sharing this concert and create the same kind of programmatic interest, but not just have one singer do it. And actually with the Mortal Wounds program, I'm really conscious that there could be a really beautiful, this Bhagavad Gita program, there's a possibility of doing a version of this with a North Indian classical singer. Because it's one thing, Rina writes so beautifully for voices who have not trained in North Indian classical vocal style, and her intention is that people who are not experts in Hindustani singing sing the repertoire. And Jess is, by the way, doing an amazing job of it. But I also think there could be a version of it where you introduce different musicians doing different things, and in a way maybe we return a little bit back to the variety concert programming of Clara Schumann, where you have a violinist doing one thing and a pianist doing something and a singer doing some things, and we just create a different kind of music rather than saying we must find a way to make it all fit into this piano-voice dynamic. I don't know if other people have tried things that they've found work really well or don't work.
No, I mean, for me, the idea is that the audience will come and experience something where they see that the songs that we play have a connection to music that they also hear on Radio 1 or in the shopping centre, that they think, that's actually all music. And that leads them into the world that we work so hard to keep alive much more easily than us just saying, here's all the songs that
Yeah, for sure. I think perhaps my inclination would be more towards then bringing those artists into our spaces and us going into their spaces and sharing the concerts rather than taking their repertoire and saying, we're going to try and do your thing, because I don't know, I don't feel like I can make Taylor Swift sound as good as Taylor Swift makes Taylor Swift sound, right? Or someone who's much more trained in this genre of singing and music making. There's a cool festival in Finland called Flow Festival that is doing exactly this kind of thing, where in a single space they're bringing together lots of different kinds of music. So you can experience on the same day, you can go and hear some techno music, and then you can go and hear the modern music ensemble play Kaya Sariaho, and then you can go and hear something else completely different, like some Palestinian dubstep I heard in August there. And it's all happening on the same space, but it's not having to be done all by one person. It's just kind of different module. But of course there's economic questions there as well, and we can't get away from the economics of how we're working, so I'm sure we're going to talk about that as well. Is the mic, someone wanted to say something? Oh yeah.
Thanks, Keval. That was a really beautiful talk, and I enjoyed just hearing how well and deeply you'd thought about all of the things that you're saying. It was really inspiring. Thank you. It also really struck me how committed you are to the future of song and finding a way for it to reach new audiences. And I just want to ask you, as an artist on all of those levels, how you feel about performing on a beautiful stage like this with a lovely Steinway versus taking song to the masses in a different way where maybe the piano won't be as distinctive, or you might have background noise if it's an outdoor space. What are your feelings as an artist performing song in those two different scenarios?
Yeah, I'm totally open to it and have done some of this kind of stuff and very happy to, because I think if you aim for, like, in inverted commas, perfection at the beginning of this process of trying to reach out to new audiences, and you stop yourself from doing that concert in that cool bar in Helsinki because they don't have a perfectly tuned Steinway, then how are you going to find that ground to do the experimentation that's required to then see what ways work and what ways don't? I'm under no, like, misconception. I don't think that if I do this Taylor Swift thing in Helsinki in a bar, that the next time I do Italian songbook, all those people will come. I'm not under any false pretenses on that, but I'm not seeing going into find new audiences as like a gateway drug to then coming back to Schönemullern. If people come and they experience this art in that space, that is meritorious on its own terms. And if that art in that space has a different format, which means different instruments, different background noises, maybe another thing I'm working on right now is a food pairing with songs, which will have a lot of chat, I'm sure. Like, it'll be a very loud environment, but it's just a different way of experiencing an art that we love. I think the issue is not the material, the issue is how are we presenting the material. So if presenting the material means being a bit more flexible about, okay, maybe there are some limits. It would be difficult to do this if the piano is so out of tune that it doesn't sound very good. But if there's an upright piano in a bar and there's an opportunity, I'm sure Kian will talk about this in the stuff they're doing in Liedstadt in Hamburg next week. I'm sure there'll be some stuff like that. It's not all going to be beautiful Steinways, right? And it'll be interesting to hear about how that audience, how that whole dynamic works. But yeah, I'm totally open to it, and I think it's nice as an artist to be able to touch in different kinds of places. Last season I did a concert in Leeds Leader Festival in the Sikh Cultural Centre, because they wanted to do a program which involved, there's a very big Sikh community in Leeds, and they commissioned someone to write a cycle of Punjabi proverbs. So they were sung in Punjabi, and I programmed lots of Indian, specifically Indian repertoire that had links to Sikh culture, so Sikh poets and this kind of thing. And in that space, we were in a gymnasium, like it was not designed for lead. The ceilings were enormous. It was so echoey. It was just not the ideal space in many ways. However, it was a space where we could have some Indian food at the back, and we could set seating on the floor, which is how people are much more used to sitting in concerts in Indian concert culture. And we tried to make the space as, I say we, the lighting people, I did nothing. The lighting people worked really hard to make the space feel more intimate. But, you know, you work with the hand you're dealt. You make it work for the people that are in that room, and don't make them think that because there's not a Steinway D that somehow the experience can't be as of higher quality.
Absolutely, and it brings potentially another dimension to our performances as lead pianists when we're on a traditional stage where we've shared something with someone unusual or in a different setting, and we can bring new things hopefully to the traditional audiences.
Yeah,
perhaps.
for sure. I think Elitsa wanted to say something.
Thank you so much for this wonderful Vortrag. Yeah, here are the German words. I just wanted to add something to what you said. In my personal opinion, I really love, of course, to interact also some cultural background into the lead concerts, also to know many unknown composers, forgotten composers, new composers, you yourself to improvise, and everything else. And all of this is wonderful. But the question is also, sometimes I think to myself, less is more. So in a way, if you take the good old Winterreise and you make a program what would be the way to tell a story with the songs that were already composed, and Schubert actually already said everything that needs to be said. So, in my humble opinion, I really sometimes think it's a question of who you are as a human being and the audience to get to know you, because most of the time we professional musicians, we spend so much time with music and beautiful poetry that to some degree we have a lot of, maybe let's say, good energy or a lot of thoughts we want to share. And I think it's extremely important to just have a possibility to maybe even talk with the audience and for them not to have this feeling of, oh, so it's a question of staging actually. If we really need a stage, do we really need this? Do we maybe want to put the instrument in the middle of the hall, as you said, to have all of the audience sitting around and you actually to just talk with them and to tell them, it's me, I'm a human being, exactly the same way as you, the same way as Schubert was a human being, the same way as, I don't know, my own culture and so on. So what are your thoughts on?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that what you said about knowing who we are as humans is maybe like the most important thing that any of us as artists can do before we're doing anything on the stage. And in that sense, I think what I said at the beginning about there not being a maybe I didn't say that, but I should have said there's not a one-size-fits-all approach. Like, not only do I think that we should all be making our own kinds of programs, but I also know that as any one artist, I'm not only doing this kind of programming, like in different places, depending on, a few weeks ago I was at Brigitte Fassbender's Festival in Epan. That Mortal Wounds program at 11 o'clock on a Sunday morning would have been a terrible idea. For this like audience that's on summer holiday in beautiful South Tyrol. It wasn't going to work. And we did a program of like Ravel and Schumann and other things. But I think this thing about maybe not first, but constantly asking who we are, figuring out what we feel comfortable with, that alone will allow us to do our programming more honestly. I think if I try to do your program or you try to do my program, on some level we would feel like it's not quite fitting. I found it very interesting the other day when I was reading Graham Johnson's memoirs on the Almanac programs. He mentioned that when he was starting this, now the name's gone, not Gerald Moore, Jeffrey Parsons said to him, oh, but Graham, your job as the accompanist is to pick up the phone and say yes to the list of songs. And now that was so typical, right? And now I'm thinking, wow, I'm not sure I would be able to work like that because I don't necessarily feel comfortable just accepting a program and trying to let it speak if it doesn't come through me. Maybe that's like a very 21st century way of thinking, but hey, we are in the 21st century and I don't want to be on stage pretending to be someone that I'm not. And I think this thing about talking to audiences is crucial. I wish for this Bhagavad Gita thing, we're going to have a pre-concert talk actually, because the audience, even the Indian audience, will not know Sanskrit intricately, and that doesn't mean that the program isn't worthwhile. But I think they would get more from it if they understand something about the context in which we're doing it. I also think talking after a concert is really nice. One thing we did in Leeds, which for the first time, and it was so nice that after the concert, rather than everyone just leaving and us having no contact with our audience at all, everyone stayed for the Indian food, and the artists, we were just there, talking like regular people to our audience, and they could tell us their honest feelings about what they loved and what they didn't or whatever. And it was like, oh yeah, we're all just people here. It's not artist up here and audience down there. That hierarchy doesn't need to be there if we don't want it to be there. I think we should be conscious of, if there is a hierarchy, then somehow we are manipulating it to be hierarchical, and we could manipulate it in another direction if we wanted it to.
Exactly, so it's kind of honesty in the moment.
I think that is the word, isn't it? Just being honest, being ourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are we happy? I'd be very happy to come off the stage.
Yeah, Keval, thank you so much. For the moment, you are happy, but you're not finished yet. Because I think we just started and got some inspiring ideas. Also das war jetzt letztendlich ja nur der Auftakt. Und ich würde sagen, wir machen jetzt eine mini kleine Umbaupause, 5 Minuten, einmal kurz verschnaufen und dann sammeln wir uns hier mit ein paar mehr Leuten auf der Bühne. Keval wird auch wieder dabei sein und ich würde sagen, es geht einfach weiter, wo wir jetzt sozusagen schon angefangen haben und weitere Fragen dann auch wirklich gerne gleich mit uns hier gemeinsam. Also 5 Minuten und dann geht es gleich hier weiter. Vielen Dank. So, es geht weiter. Nach unserer kleinen Pause, ich habe schon gesagt, eigentlich bräuchten wir jetzt gar keinen Roundtable hier, weil alle schon so mittendrin sind in der Diskussion. Aber trotzdem, wir machen jetzt mal mit unserem Lied 4.0 Inhalte, Formate, Ideen weiter, einer kleinen Gesprächsrunde, wo wir einfach letztendlich bestimmte Themen und Ideen, die Keval auch gerade schon angesprochen hat, die jetzt auch gerade hier schon diskutiert wurden, aufgreifen und in dieser größeren Runde nochmal weiter besprechen werden, wo wir noch weitere Perspektiven hier einfach mit reinbekommen in dieser Runde. Und dann, versprochen, werden wir auch ganz schnell wieder ins Publikum öffnen, dass wir einfach diese vielen Ideen, Anregungen und diesen Austausch hier weiter fortführen. Aber dafür begrüße ich jetzt erstmal ganz herzlich meine Mitstreiterin und meine Mitstreiter hier auf der Bühne, Annett Baumeister, Kian, Jazdi, Henk Neven und noch einmal Keval, Shah. Bitte kommt zu mir einfach mal auf die Bühne. Genau. Keval, Annett, du darfst hier hin. Das ist alles sehr schön hier schon beschriftet. Jeder hat sein Plätzchen. Und genau, ich würde sagen, wir nehmen mal Platz. Ihr habt auch alle ein Wasser hier bekommen. Und ich würde jetzt nur mal ganz kurz, wahrscheinlich muss ich die meisten in dieser Runde hier gar nicht groß vorstellen, mache ich trotzdem jetzt. Und dann gehen wir aber auch ganz schnell ins Thema. Und ich freue mich sehr auf diese Gesprächsrunde und danke vor allen Dingen allen, dass ihr hier seid. Zum Teil auch von weiter her heute extra für hierher gekommen. Und Staufen ist auch irgendwie doch eine Strecke, bis man dann hier ist. Also von daher vielen, vielen Dank, dass ihr hier mit mir sitzt und ja, wir einfach diese Gedanken, die Keval gerade schon angerissen hat, jetzt hier gemeinsam weiter spinnen können. Also ich stelle mal kurz meine Gesprächspartner hier vor, Annett Baumeister. Zu meiner Rechten, sie ist gebürtige Stuttgarterin, also ein Heimatbesuch sozusagen und auch frisch gebackene Kulturmanagerin der Stadt Staufen. Und zu den vielfältigen Verbindungen zum Lied, bei dir kommen wir auch gleich noch, dann ganz vorne links, also zu meiner Linken, Henk Neven, den wir auch hier die letzten Tage schon des Öfteren erlebt haben. Er ist Jurymitglied der diesjährigen Wettbewerbsjury, ist selbst Sänger, Bassbariton und auch ein sehr gefragter Liedinterpret, hat an vielen bedeutenden Konzertpodien dieser Welt schon gesungen, ist auch im Opernrepertoire zu Hause, aber das Lied spielt schon auch eine ganz besondere Rolle in der aktiven Musikerkarriere, sage ich mal so. Er war Mitglied des prestigeträchtigen BBC Radio 3 New Generation Artist Scheme, sonst vielfältig preisgekrönt, erhielt den niederländischen Musikpreis, eine der höchsten Auszeichnungen, die das niederländische Kulturministerium für klassische Musiker in den Niederlanden vergibt. Und da ist sozusagen jetzt die zweite Seite. Er ist seit 2022 gemeinsam mit dem Pianisten Hans Eisakers künstlerischer Leiter des Internationalen Liedfestivals in Zeist. Also sowohl aktiv musizierender Künstler, Sänger auf der Bühne im Bereich des Liedes, aber eben auch Organisator. Und da freue ich mich sehr über die Einblicke, die wir vielleicht auch in dieses Festival gewinnen können. Apropos Festival, ein Festival der ganz besonderen Art hat Kian Jazdi jetzt vor sich. Er ist Co-Direktor, Co-Gründer, Co-Geschäftsführer des Festivals Liedstadt, das er gemeinsam mit Julian Prégadier entwickelt hat, gegründet hat. Ein unglaublich komplexes Festival. Ich glaube, da sage ich nicht zu viel. Das wird jetzt nächste Woche in Hamburg stattfinden, aber da wird er uns sicherlich gleich noch mehr darüber erzählen. Aber wo es um Spielorte ging und wo man überall Lied aufführen kann, da fühlte ich mich schon sehr an die Dinge erinnert, die ihr gerade da in Hamburg plant. Bin ich sehr gespannt, was du auch von den Herausforderungen, die da so mit sich bringt, wenn man das Lied an ungewöhnlichen Orten aufführt, erzählen kannst. Kian Jazdi ist Musiker, Projektentwickler, lebt in Hamburg, kommt aber auch aus Stuttgart und hat hier auch studiert in Karlsruhe. Entschuldigung, in Karlsruhe. Und ist, sagen wir mal, auch ein vielfältig engagierter Kulturmanager, setzt sich vor allen Dingen auch immer wieder um das Thema Diversität im Konzert- und im Musikbetrieb ein. Das war auch unsere erste Begegnung, ein sehr interessanter Workshop, den er geleitet hat. Also die Diversitätsentwicklung und der Öffnungsprozess des klassischen Konzertbetriebs liegt ihm sehr am Herzen. Und da ist der Austausch auch enorm wichtig, auch für uns. Das ist ja auch ein Thema, das mich bei der Hugo-Wolf-Akademie immer sehr beschäftigt. Wie kann man einfach das Repertoire öffnen und vielleicht auch durch eine Repertoireöffnung weiteres Publikum ansprechen. Also wir befinden uns in einer Nische und ich habe das Gefühl, die wird doch immer enger. Irgendwie muss man dagegen arbeiten, aber deshalb sind wir ja auch hier. Genau, seine eigene musikalische Prägung ist sowohl im klassischen Musikbereich ist er groß geworden, aber auch mit der Musik aus dem Iran, die sein Vater zu Hause gehört hat. Also er hat auch diese zwei Nationen, zwei Kulturen letztendlich, ein bisschen ähnlich auch zum Beispiel zu Keval, was er berichtet hat. Bin ich auch gespannt, was er uns erzählen wird und natürlich auch noch mit hier auf dem Podium, wieder auf dem Podium, Keval Shah, den ich jetzt nicht nochmal vorstelle. Das habe ich schon getan und er hat sich selbst auch die Expertise selbst irgendwie gegeben mit diesem wunderbaren Vortrag. Jetzt dachte ich, wir steigen mal ein, indem ich mal in die Runde frage, wie denn so die erste Begegnung mit dem Lied war bei meinen Gesprächspartnern und Gesprächspartnerinnen. Also wie kam es überhaupt dazu, dass wir jetzt hier zusammensitzen und letztendlich, behaupte ich das einfach mal, uns allen das Lied so sehr am Herzen liegt, aber das wird ja nicht von ganz Anfang so gewesen sein. Annett, wie kamst du zum Lied? Oder das Lied zu dir?
Also ich glaube, wir alle hier haben wir als Kinder ganz viel gesungen. Also viele Kinderlieder, dann irgendwann im Kirchenchor, dann selbst gesungen in kleinen, großen Gruppierungen. Aber tatsächlich würde ich sagen, als Kind noch nicht so sehr mit dem Kunstlied in Berührung gekommen, sondern mit vielen anderen Formen von Singen. Von über Jazz und Rock und Pop und was die Jugendlichen heute in ihrer Welt hören. Also ich habe selber auch Kind und da kriegt man ja dann auch neue Strömungen mit, ist immer spannend. Sind die noch kompatibel mit dem, was ich höre und lässt sich die Jugend auch auf das ein, was ich höre oder was ich mag? Aber das ist genau das, was mich umtreibt, dass wir das Lied immer bei uns haben und deswegen hat es eine Zukunft und wir müssen die leben und müssen die nur beleben.
Dann reiche ich mal weiter an Henk. Also der Wunsch, Sänger zu werden, ist das schon ganz, und vor allen Dingen, also das eine und dann aber wie diese besondere Leidenschaft und Liebe zum Lied sich entwickelt hat.
Die Wunsch, Sänger zu werden, kam ziemlich spät. Und das hat nicht mit Lied oder Kunst zu machen, aber ich glaube eher ein körperliches Gefühl. Die Stimme kam dann, hat gewechselt und dann habe ich das körperliche Singen einfach da habe ich angefangen, war ich 16 oder so, und hatte ich Privatunterricht und meine Lehrerin hat gesagt, du sollst heute Abend mal in die Konzertsaal gehen. Und das war in Rotterdam und es gab dann den niederländischen Bassbariton Robert Holl, hat dann in 3 Wochen die 3 Schubert-Zykli gemacht. Und er hat angefangen mit Winterreise, erster Abend. Ich war ganz offen dahingegangen und ich war komplett, ich weiß auch nicht, was ich war. Ich war so beeindruckt und so gerührt. Dann habe ich gedacht, ja, das muss es sein, eigentlich, ja. Punkt.
Ja, Punkt, ja. Keval?
How did it start? Where?
Yes.
Well, I mean, as I showed on that program, I started life as a singer. I had singing lessons when I was younger, and Die Forelle was the first song I encountered, and I loved it. I couldn't sing, but I think I was kind of really taken by the connection between words and music. I really liked words. As I spoke for a long time, you can see I really liked words, and somehow that connection just felt very special. But then it wasn't until I was 18 and I went to play at like a summer course for amateur singers. One of my friends was a pianist, he injured himself. I asked if I could step in to basically accompany singing lessons on an amateur music course in the south of England one summer with a bunch of very lovely sort of retired people who like singing. And just playing with a voice felt amazing. It felt so, it sounds silly to say it felt easy, but I think I never really felt at home on the stage playing solo repertoire, and suddenly this felt so like in my body and in my ear. I knew how to listen, and I just found that connection between voices and poetry and music really like addictive?
Ja, Kian.
Die ehrliche Antwort ist erstmal gar nicht. Und dann habe ich in der Schule, in der Oberstufe erst, habe ich eine Müllerin zu hören bekommen im Musikunterricht von einem gewissen Herr Brigadier Senior. Und die hat mich derart umgehauen, dass ich also die Woche drauf mich in der städtischen Musikschule mit 17 oder sowas oder 18 angemeldet habe zum Gesangsunterricht. Und dann habe ich Zerfließe mein Herze mitgebracht und habe gesagt, ich will das singen. Und dann, da gibt es einen sehr wichtigen Gesangspädagogen so aus dem Kreis Calw, den Hans-Jörg Kalmbach, der hat gesagt, na gut, dann machen wir halt. Und dann habe ich ein bisschen später, so sage ich mal starke 4 Wochen später, gesagt, ich will das studieren. Dann hat er geschluckt und dann hat er mich irgendwie so 2 Jahre auf diese Schulmusikaufnahmeprüfung vorbereitet. Und von diesem Moment an habe ich dieses Repertoire einfach gegessen, wann immer es ging. Also es war so ein Initialmoment, so ein bisschen, was du beschreibst, der lebensverändert war, ja.
Ja, vielen Dank, aber das ist ja total spannend. Also 2 Geschichten, die tatsächlich ein bisschen ähnlich sind. Also ein Erlebnis, das dann einen nicht mehr losgelassen hat. Das ist ein bisschen das, was ich schon bei der Begrüßung sagte. Also ich habe immer das Gefühl, wenn dann jemand mal drin ist im Konzert, dann hat es das Lied gar nicht mehr so schwer. Weil da sind wir uns sowieso einig, aber ich denke auch, dass man ganz viele Leute einfach mit dieser Musik erreicht. Und das wahrscheinlich, man sagt aber natürlich, ist der Text auch ganz wichtig und das Verständnis des Textes und wir haben auch schon das Thema, wie verschiedensprachig kann ein Liederabend sein, damit man wirklich auch am Publikum dranbleibt. Da kann ich immer nur von einem Erlebnis berichten. Wir haben einen kleinen Ausflug gemacht mit der Hugo-Wolf-Akademie, ist schon einige Jahre her, nach Paris und haben dort das gesamte spanische Liederbuch im Amphitheatre der Opera Bastille in einem Konzert aufgeführt. Es war eine Kooperation, es hat hier stattgefunden und dann eben ein paar Wochen später in Paris und das war eben das ganze spanische Liederbuch, also das lang einfach, ja, 2 Pausen und das Publikum in Paris ist so mitgegangen und da würde ich jetzt auch behaupten, dass ein Großteil des Publikums vielleicht nicht unbedingt die Texte alle 1:1 verstanden hat, aber das war randvoll und es war eine enorme Begeisterung da, also das denke ich auch, da können wir auch nochmal drüber sprechen, wie wichtig ist es jetzt wirklich, dass man sofort im Moment jedes Wort versteht oder geht es eher darum, ein Gesamtthema zu verstehen oder die Musik auf sich wirken zu lassen? Das ist vielleicht auch noch etwas, was ja vielleicht auch für eine Programmierung von Liederabend ganz interessant ist. Und dann aber auch das, was Annett gesagt hat, über das eigene Singen und über das frühe Singen von ganz anderer Musik, von ganz anderen Liedern, diesen Weg zu finden zum Kunstlied. Jetzt nehmen wir den Begriff halt nochmal. Den ich eigentlich gar nicht so mag, weil ich finde, das hat so was auf den Sockel gestelltes. Also für mich ist es das Lied und Kunstlied ist ein Teil, glaube ich, unseres Problems vielleicht auch manchmal, dieser Begriff, sage ich jetzt. Aber das eigene Singen und das Singen von früher Kindheit an und das ist ja vielleicht heute auch ein bisschen unser Problem, dass tatsächlich vielleicht gar nicht mehr so viel gesungen wird. Aber spannend, ja, und auch Kevals Weg dahin und dieses Gefühl, hier bin ich richtig, also that you're on the right place. I think we feel that you are in the right place as well. Aber das finde ich total spannend, weil natürlich, wir wollen ja jetzt nicht mit unseren Angeboten oder unseren Programmen nur professionelle Musiker heranziehen. Es geht uns ja darum, wie begeistere ich ein Publikum und diesen ersten Schritt zu finden. Der erste Schritt war jetzt in einem Konzert, war aber auch in der Schule. Also deshalb, das finde ich, ist auch ein ganz wichtiges Stichwort. Und natürlich geht es nicht darum, jetzt schon in der Grundschule die Winterreise zu analysieren. Und ich glaube auch, dass das tatsächlich zu früh ist, dass einfach da, aber das Alter dann 16, 17, 18 sicherlich ein Alter ist, wo ja eigentlich auch die Themen das sind, was man wiederfinden kann. Also die Themen, die auch in der Romantik verhandelt werden, in den großen Liederzyklen, die aber auch sich durchs Liedrepertoire hindurchziehen. Wir haben ja jetzt im Wettbewerb auch viel Repertoire des späten 19., des frühen 20. Jahrhunderts, des 21. Jahrhunderts, aber eigentlich wiederholen sich die Themen ja. Also dass es doch sehr oft um gebrochene Herzen geht und dass es aber auch immer wieder Themen sind, die aus dem Leben gegriffen sind. Und da denke ich, das ist vielleicht auch ein Ansatz, letztendlich auch ein Ansatz, den Keval gewählt hat in seinem Programm. You took some themes from our time and just combined it with the Kerner-Lieder. And so you got really einen aktuellen Bezug hergestellt in dem Liederabendprogramm. Aber ich glaube, wie gesagt, diese Bezüge sind so vielfältig und der große Vorteil des Liedes ist es ja auch, dass es so kurz ist, dass man einfach in einen Liederabend so viel reinpacken kann. Also dass man die Möglichkeit hat, das geht in der Oper nicht. Also da hat man einen Komponisten und eine Geschichte und im Liederabend kann man ja zwischen Jahrhunderten und Sprachen hin und her wechseln. So, aber ich will gar nicht so viel reden. Jetzt ja einfach die Frage, vielleicht, Kian, vielleicht erzählst du uns mal ein bisschen, was Liedstadt ist und was euer Ansatz dabei ist, das Lied ins 21. Jahrhundert zu bringen, beziehungsweise wir sind ja schon mittendrin fast im 21. Jahrhundert, aber was ist eure Idee hinter Liedstadt und was ist das genau?
Also, der Grundgedanke ist erstmal Kooperation, der dahinter steckt, weil man irgendwie sagt, es ist ganz viel Energie und ganz viele Kräfte sind im Raum und auch in der Kulturszene sind ganz viele Kräfte im Raum und dann ist so die erste Idee, let's team up. Einfach mal zu zeigen, was ist irgendwie da. Und das ist auch, sage ich mal, das, was man irgendwie so als roten Faden jetzt in Hamburg sehen kann, dass wir einfach ganz viele Leute, die wir da kennen, gefragt haben, Institutionen, Vereine, Organisationen und gefragt haben, wollt ihr nicht was mit Lied machen, was auch immer das ist. Also erstmal quasi nicht von der dramaturgisch roten Linie kommen, sondern erstmal von dem Statement kommen, Lied lebt, wir machen Lied und da steht's, wir sind alle LiedLOVERS. Das ist so der Common Ground, den wir irgendwie sagen. Und wir bekommen eine wahnsinnig positive Resonanz darauf. Also es ist irgendwie so, dass eine Kulturszene eine wahnsinnige Affinität zu dieser Gattung hat, zu diesem Stoff, zu diesem Sujet und gleichzeitig, insbesondere wenn man große VeranstalterInnen fragt, dann sagen die, Lied, verkauft sich nicht. Wir haben da eine Reihe, die ist 3-mal im Jahr und die ist immer halb voll. Und das ist so ein bisschen die Diskrepanz dessen. Also sage ich mal, Leute, die einen Kontakt zum Stoff haben, lieben's und Leute, die noch keinen Kontakt zu dem Stoff haben, kriegen den jetzt erstmal nicht so leicht. Das ist so mal so eine Grundidee. Dann fragt man sich, wieso ist es so? Hat es ein mittelmäßiger, sagen wir mal, Klavierabend, wo das Instrument da ist, hat ein mittelmäßiger Klavierabend ist leichter als ein mittelmäßiger Liedabend zum Beispiel? Weil das ist eine Frage, die wir uns stellen. Hat diese Direktheit von einer singenden Person, die einen unglaublich schnell adressiert und ganz viel Persönliches anspricht, ich kann da nicht entfliehen, ich kann mich dem nicht entziehen, hat das vielleicht eine Implikation? Das sind so Fragen, die wir uns irgendwie gestellt haben. Warum ist denn das so schwierig fürs Lied? Und was man auf jeden Fall sagen muss, ist, dass das jetzt ein allererster Versuch ist. Okay? Wir müssen irgendwas machen. Und dann können wir drauf schauen und sagen, hat das geklappt, hat das nicht geklappt, was davon hat geklappt, was davon hat auch nicht geklappt, was kriegen wir für Feedback. Wir müssen extrem viel reden mit Menschen, die da sind, einfach fragen, was denkt ihr? Wir können ganz viel konstruieren hier, aber wir brauchen so dieses direkte Feedback von Publikum, auch von Menschen, die mit uns kreieren, von KünstlerInnen, von MitveranstalterInnen. Klappt das oder klappt das nicht? Also das ist erstmal das, was dahinter steht. Dann gibt es noch so einen zweiten Punkt, das war so ein bisschen... Das war fast erschütternd für mich, muss ich ehrlich sagen, der so ganz viel in Büchern immer und ganz viel hören und ganz viel damit beschäftigen und der dramaturgisch rote Faden. Und dann hat mich Tamar Brüggemann vom Wonderfeel Festival auf eine Studie aufmerksam gemacht, die sich damit beschäftigt, wann mögen Menschen ein Konzert. Und der geringste Grund, warum sie ein Konzert mögen, ist tatsächlich Repertoire. Sondern wichtig sind, wie werde ich begrüßt, ist mein Sitz bequem, sind meine Nachbarinnen links und rechts nett, habe ich das Gefühl, ich klatsche an der falschen Stelle. Das ist extrem wichtig für ein Publikum, ob sie ein Konzert mögen. Und nach diesen ganzen Sachen, da kommt irgendwann dieser dramaturgische Faden oder das Repertoire und sonst was. Jetzt kann man nicht sagen, okay, wir machen einfach die ganze Zeit eine Party, alle fühlen sich wohl und dann haben wir irgendwie gute Konzerte. Aber da ist natürlich irgend so eine kognitive Dissonanz erstmal dazwischen. Also irgendwie zu sagen, okay, wie bringen wir das übereinander? Wir haben diese Verantwortung, irgendwie dieses Repertoire zu pflegen, dieses Repertoire weiterzuentwickeln, wie Keval es extrem schön und sehr schnell in dieser PowerPoint am Anfang gezeigt hat, was tut sich einfach, also das ist die eine Verantwortung und die andere ist, wie begeistern wir Leute dafür. Und was wir jetzt erstmal machen, ist ein Fokus hier. Ja, das ist quasi etwas, was wir jetzt erstmal schauen, was geht nicht. Der dritte Punkt ist, dass ich eher aus so einer, du hast es schon angesprochen, aus einer Szene komme, die einen Fokus auf Diversitätsentwicklung, auf Öffnungsprozesse, auf kulturelle Teilhabe legt, auf Zugangsbeschränkung. Das ist etwas, was ich fokussiere. Da gibt es eine große Szene, eine sehr junge Szene im deutschsprachigen Raum, zumindest kenne ich sie, aber gibt ja auch außerhalb, die sich mit neuen Formaten beschäftigt, diese ganzen Strömungen. Und dann gibt es alles, was schon immer da war und was irgendwie existiert. Und meine persönliche These ist, dass das nicht nur parallel existieren kann, sondern dass man das auch vermischen kann. Und jetzt haben insbesondere Julian, Kate und ich, die wir dieses Festival ja leiten, sehr verschiedene Zugänge zu dieser Gattung. Und wir sagen jetzt erstmal, wir versuchen das jetzt mal in einem Festival darzustellen. Das ist so die Grundidee. Das heißt, wir haben wirklich, sage ich mal, das taucht schon auf, was ist Kunstlied, was ist Lied, was ist Song, was ist Art-Song, was ist Pop-Song, so, diese Debatte gibt es, wir wissen es auch nicht. Jetzt gibt es erstmal so Kernrepertoire, sage ich mal, tradierter Liederabend, wie wir ihn alle kennen, der uns einsaugt, den wir atmen, so, das gibt's. Und daneben gibt es, sage ich mal, allerhand ungewöhnliche Orte, wo wir irgendwie sowohl erstmal den Ort als auch die Menschen davon überzeugen müssen, dass das da stattfindet, dass das da auch stattfinden kann, dass das einen Platz hat. Das hat zur Folge, dass wir auf gewisse klangliche Qualitäten verzichten müssen an der einen oder anderen Stelle, dass wir auf die Qualität von Instrumenten verzichten müssen an der einen oder anderen Stelle, dass wir nicht in der Lage sind, lange dramaturgische Fäden zu ziehen an der einen oder anderen Stelle. Und das kristallisiert sich insbesondere an einem ganz wichtigen Event raus, das ist der 3.10., der erste Tag, an dem wir in der ganzen Stadt an 16 verschiedenen Orten sogenannte Kurzkonzerte, Lied-Pop-Ups haben wir es jetzt genannt, veranstalten, an denen Menschen erstmal Gesang, Lied präsentieren. Jeweils für 15 Minuten an einem öffentlich zugänglichen Ort, kostenlos und dann danach aufgefordert sind, mit den Menschen in Kontakt zu treten und auch den Menschen ihren Zugang dazu zu erzählen. In dem Moment, in dem wir wissen, dass Henk diese Winterreise zuallererst von Robert Holl gehört hat und das ihn eingesaugt hat, in dem Moment, in dem wir das essen, dann öffnet das meine Ohren anders. Dann ist das eine andere ästhetische Erfahrung für mich als Rezipient. Und das ist so ein bisschen die Idee, die sich so ein bisschen durchs Festival zieht, dass wir sagen, wir reden mit den Leuten, wir fragen die und wir hören uns auch allerhand Kritik an danach und fragen, hat das funktioniert? Also das ist quasi dieses Extrem-Lied-Pop-Up an öffentlich zugänglichem Ort, wie zum Beispiel einem Weinlokal, einer Kunstgalerie, einem Museum, Hotels, Altenheim, Krankenhaus, Bar, Café, was es da eben so gibt. Und das andere Extrem wäre dann vielleicht Lied von der Erde in kammermusikalische Besetzung im kleinen Saal der Elbphilharmonie. Das wäre quasi so, das ist so das Spannungsfeld. Dann gibt es fast jeden Tag, also es gibt Schließzeiten im sogenannten Komponistenquartier in Hamburg, gibt es 1 Stunde kostenloses Lied. Lieder für alle heißt das. Das hat Julian in Wien schon mal ausprobiert, wo einfach Leute nach der Arbeit 17 bis 17.45 Uhr, 18 Uhr kommen können und kostenlos mal kurz reinhören, wenn sie denn wollen. Ich bin fest davon überzeugt, dass da keine 300 Leute jedes Mal da sind. Aber wir haben natürlich die Idee, wir haben natürlich die Option, wenn da nur so 4, 5, 6 Leute sind, dass wir so ganz eng mit denen in Kontakt treten können und dass wirklich sich daraus irgend so eine Energie, vielleicht passiert dieser Moment. Das ist so ein bisschen die Grundidee und dann gibt es ein paar neue Formate, dann gibt es allerhand außereuropäisches Repertoire, das wäre so ein bisschen mein Spezialgebiet und das ist so ein bisschen diese große Liedexplosion, die wir jetzt erstmal einmal probieren und danach müssen wir drauf gucken. Wir schreiben mit, wir tracken, was jetzt gerade irgendwie passiert, auch in diesem Prozess, was wissen wir jetzt schon, was wir danach besser machen müssen, was funktioniert nicht. Ich nehme eine kleine Sache einfach mal raus, um das transparent zu machen. Wenn ich an einen Ort gehe, der ein klassisches Programm nicht kennt, diesen Ablauf von ich komme, ich stehe, ich gucke ernst und dann singe ich. Und wenn ich einen Ort habe, der das nicht kennt, dann muss ich quasi jeden einzelnen Prozessschritt einmal erklären. Und wenn ich das weiß, jetzt das nächste Mal, dann kann ich das machen. Aber wir wussten das am Anfang halt nicht, weil wir gesagt haben, ja klar, wir machen 4 Kurzkonzerte und wir kommen dann dahin, 15, 16, 17, 18 Uhr, ja, wir sind davor da. Und wir gehen davon aus, dass man eigentlich schon so grundsätzlich die grobe Infrastruktur eines solchen Kurzkonzertes, das ja für uns regelrecht unkompliziert und unspektakulär ist, dass dieses Format eigentlich doch so einfach zu erklären ist, aber das ist ein sehr kompliziertes Format. Weil quasi der Ausgangspunkt, da wo wir beginnen als Menschen, die seit Jahren unter Umständen mehrfach die Woche Konzerte besuchen, da ist schon ganz viel klar. Der Ausgangspunkt ist ein ganz anderer. Und das sind so Fragen, die jetzt einfach kommen. Also so vielleicht mal so als grober, schneller Umriss. Ja.
Ja, also es ist ein Riesenprojekt. Am besten setzen wir diese Diskussion dann fort, wenn das einmal rum ist, weil die Erfahrungen würden mich natürlich auch brennend interessieren. Aber was sagt denn die Kulturmanagerin zu so einem Projekt, beziehungsweise zu diesem Thema? Das fand ich am Anfang so gut beschrieben, dieses Wohlfühlthema, dass sozusagen das Publikum sich im Konzert wohlfühlen muss, ist extrem wichtig. Und dann aber auch die großen Konzertveranstalter, die sagen, Lied, naja, ist schön, aber wir machen das nicht. Also dieses Thema, wir brennen dafür und wir sind ja überzeugt, dass es wirklich eigentlich ein riesengroßes Publikum ansprechen sollte, aber wir wissen, dass es im Moment zum Teil schwierig ist. Und dass sich deshalb auch viele Veranstalter, wie du es beschrieben hast, da eher vorsichtig oder zurückhaltend verhalten. Wie sind deine Erfahrungen damit, beziehungsweise vor allen Dingen mit dem dann wirklich auch wirtschaftlichen Risiko, was es dann auch geben kann?
Also ich glaube, hier sitzen ja zumindest 4, die mutig sind im Lied auf dem Podium, die viel wagen. Aber ich finde, was an dem Beispiel, ich kenne ja euer Projekt auch, an vielen Orten nicht funktioniert, ist, dass wir diese Zeit nicht haben. Ja? Du hast deinen Künstler sehr oft und lange zur Verfügung. Wir würden gern viel mutiger sein, aber ich meine, hier sitzen viele tolle Künstler, die mit mir Projekte entwickelt haben, die aber einfach Zeit brauchen. Ja,
ganz kurz, was meinst du mit meinem Künstler? Meinst du, dass Julian das alles macht?
Ja, er macht
Nein, viel. Wir haben 50 Leute, die nach Hamburg kommen. Das machen ganz viele Leute. Also da kommen ganz viele. Julian
die zum Teil aber auch länger da sind, ne? Also die mehrere Tage
zwischen einem, manchmal 2 Tage, manchmal 3 Tage, aber ganz viel auch 1 Tag. Also es ist nicht ein Künstler, der dieses Programm macht.
Aber ich glaube, du brauchst trotzdem für tolle Programme, die brauchen Zeit, sich zu entwickeln, die müssen auch begleitet werden. Das kostet letztlich Geld oder auch Zeit der Künstler und es sollte nachher weitergehen. Ja, wir alle wären mutig, haben uns teilweise auch Programme zugeschanzt und gesagt, das musst du nehmen. Aber wie bringen wir es an das Publikum in einer kurzen Zeit? Und da möchte ich vielleicht dieses Beispiel von Keval aufgreifen mit dem Programm von Emma Nikolowska, was ich jetzt in Heidelberg auch hatte, was einen anspruchsvollen Hintergrund hat, aber einen unglaublich packenden Zugang live, wenn man das erlebt. Und sie steht hin und sagt auch zum Publikum, sie müssen das nicht verstehen. Sie müssen das, was ich jetzt singe, nicht verstehen. Lehnen Sie sich zurück und lassen es einfach auf sich wirken. Sie hat recht kurzfristig, weil diese Neukompositionen, die wurden erst 5 Tage vorher fertig, also man kann auch nicht im Vorfeld über manche Stücke reden, weil sie zu kurzfristig erst entstehen. War die Idee, mach ein Interview mit der Komponistin, auch wenn das Werk noch nicht fertig ist. Also wie bringen wir die Ideen und die Intentionen einzelner Künstler, die sich so um das Lied bemühen und wir wollen sie unterstützen. Wie gehen wir damit in die Öffentlichkeit? Und auch das braucht Zeit. Ja, ich brauche wenigstens 3 Tage vorher, damit ich so einen Trailer spielen kann, damit ich einen Verteiler aufbauen kann. Also ihr kennt es alle auch. Wie gewinnen wir diese Zeit für die Kunst, aber auch um die Kunst an den Mann zu bringen? Und was gibt es vielleicht für kleine Formate, wie du sagst, Pop-up-Konzerte? Ja? Wir haben uns dann 2 Tage vorher entschieden, 3 Pop-up-Konzerte zu machen in der Mensa der Studenten und im Café von den alten Leuten. 10 Minuten, aber selbst das, sie sagt, natürlich mache ich das nicht am Konzerttag, weil ich meine Stimme schonen muss. Mega anstrengend, das ganze Programm, ja. Also brauche ich schon mindestens 2 Tage. Und das sind Faktoren, denen müssen wir uns stellen. Die funktionieren meiner Ansicht nach im Moment am ehesten über finanzielle Spritzen von Sponsoren, die so ein Projekt unterstützen, die dann meistens ja der Veranstalter sucht, manchmal auch die Künstler. Aber wie schaffen wir das, dass wir solche spannenden Sachen wirklich zum Entwickeln bringen und aber auch zu den Menschen bringen?
Ja, das ist die große Frage. Aber jetzt würde ich vielleicht mal den Blick in die Niederlande wenden. Und zwar, wie gesagt, das Liedfestival in Zeist. Du bist da künstlerischer Leiter und kennst natürlich auch gut die Liedszene in England, in Deutschland, andere Veranstalter aus Sängerperspektive. Jetzt bist du selbst Veranstalter. Wie ist die Situation bei euch? Also zum einen vom Publikum und welche Überlegungen habt ihr? Was macht ihr ungewöhnliche Formate oder nicht? Wir haben schon ein bisschen im Vorfeld darüber geredet, aber was ist euer Ansatz oder euer Zugang da zu dem Thema?
Ja, vielleicht zum Anfang. Es ist jetzt fast 10 Jahre her gegründet und die erste Version war Schubert und seine Freundekreis. Und das Idee von Freundeskreis haben wir immer behalten wollen. Das ist wie LiedLOVERS. Und ich glaube zuerst, und das ist jetzt auch hier, und wir alle sind in ganz großen Network of Organizations. Ich glaube, das ist schon, das hat auch zu tun mit das Network, mit dem Erfahrung. So, Festivalerfahrung ist eine unserer Pillars. Das heißt, dass es nach dem Konzert, zwischen den Konzerten, ist es auch eine menschliche Begegnung. So, das ist wichtig für uns. Und ja, was ist dann die Freundschaft, die wir haben? Ich glaube, dass wir suchen, was wir miteinander teilen. Ich glaube, das ist auch in der Gesellschaft jetzt wichtig, nicht was uns scheidet, aber was wir teilen. Und das ist, glaube ich, die Aktualität. So, was wir, seit wir da, Hans und ich da sein, geändert haben, ist, dass die Themen jedes Jahr nicht dann sind Hölderlin aber ein aktuelles Thema. Und da rein machen wir oder wir fragen Artisten, ein Programm zu machen. Und zum Glück gibt es mehr und mehr Sänger und Pianisten, die ganz begeistert sofort mit Ideen kommen. Das ist für uns sehr wichtig. Ich wollte noch was sagen dazu.
Ihr habt letztendlich ja auch mit interessanten Programmkombinationen auch schon ausprobiert.
Naja, das ist
weil letztendlich die Frage ja auch ist, ob die Erfahrungen mit dem Publikum bei euch ähnlich sind, wie das, was sozusagen jetzt hier auch geschildert wurde.
Wir machen auch jedes Jahr ein ganz intensives Publikum. Wir fragen, was. Und das ist einfacher mit einem Festival. Ich habe schon oft als Sänger dann ein Programm vorgestellt und dann können wir doch nicht. Und natürlich, wenn man schöne Müllerin macht, ist es voll. So in einem Festival kann man experimentieren. Und da muss man es auch blenden, wie du hast gesagt, in einem Programm, es muss ein Flow sein. So wenn es so Mittwoch ein Experiment ist, dann vielleicht nächsten Tag ein bisschen mehr Mainstream. Und wir haben viele Sachen gemacht. Wir haben auch mit Aktualität. Ich habe einen sehr interessanten Mensch begegnet, der ist geflüchtet aus Iran. Und ich habe gefragt, ob er seine Geschichte erzählen will. Und das haben wir mit einer Sängerin und ein Duo Lieder dazu und dadurch gewoven, how do you say it? Geflechtet.
Eingewoben, ja.
Ja. Und das war eigentlich für das Publikum auch eine Konfrontation. Da er war ganz ehrlich, er hat gesagt, ja, kann ich das sagen? Ja, du sollst. Wir wollen das. Das meinte auch, dass er manchmal überhaupt nicht herzlich begegnet war. Also, und wir haben gedacht, das Publikum hat eigentlich in den Spiegel geschaut. Und dann denkt man das, okay, Aber das war ein ganz großes Erfolg, ist nicht ein gutes Wort. Es war kein Konzert. Das Lustige eigentlich, es gab ein Rezension und wir wussten nicht, wie das. Es war keine Vorstellung, es war kein Liederabend, die war ganz verzweifelt und da dachte ich, yes. Und wir haben auch, das ist auch ähnlich, das finde ich eigentlich eine lustige Geschichte. Wir haben Hans und ich haben ein Haarfestprogramm gemacht mit 2 iranischen, sagen wir das, Künstler, so Ut und Tar, und sie hat auf Farsi Gedichte fortgetragen und das war schon Musik in sich selbst. Und wir haben eine Art von Zyklus gemacht und auch mit Interpretation. Und wir haben schon da, ich glaube, wenn das Publikum drin ist, ist es kein Problem. Die denken dann nicht mehr in Boxes. Vielleicht, wenn die es sehen auf Papier, denken man, aber wenn man es zuhört, dann ist man da drin. Aber das Problem ist, wie kriegen wir das Publikum drin? Eine andere Sache ist, dass wir, und das ist auch etwas, was wir machen eine Zusammenarbeit mit dem Royal Conservatory in Den Haag und die machen eine neue Lied-Specialization. Und wir haben eigentlich mit Keval und Annett auch schon mal darüber geredet, letztes Jahr, was brauchen wir? Und ich glaube, ich werde hier sofort jetzt Keval einladen, das fängt nächstes Jahr an. Ich glaube, das Erste soll sein, dass die dieses Presentation hören. Da ich finde manchmal, dass die ganz junge Musiker sind eigentlich konservativer und ich verstehe das auch. Da die Arbeit für die ist noch mehr. Die müssen diese ganz schwere, genaue Arbeit vom Musizieren und Singen und Spielen und machen. Und dazu kommt noch diese Arbeit, die auch sehr viel Zeit kostet. So, wir müssen alle ein bisschen verrückt sein, das zu machen. Ja, und ich glaube, wir werden einander helfen, zu schauen, auszufinden, wie wir das Publikum noch mehr davon überzeugen können, dass wir davon lernen, dass wir über uns lernen, dass wir die Welt ein kleines bisschen besser machen können.
Ja, das ist natürlich ein schönes Ziel. Also ich denke, das ist ja auch mit ein Grund, warum wir hier sitzen. Also um dieses gemeinsam zu denken, denkt sich da manchmal ein bisschen einfacher, als wenn man da immer jeder für sich irgendwie versucht, die Lösung zu finden. Die eine Lösung wird es auch nicht geben, weil natürlich jeder Veranstalter, jede Stadt ist dann wieder anders. Da sind dann eure Erfahrungen, weil das muss man noch dazu sagen, Liedstadt wandert. Also das ist schon richtig. Also es wird dann weitergehen. Das heißt, das sind dann die Erfahrungen auch hochinteressant, wie es jetzt in Hamburg funktioniert. Und dann, was ist die zweite Station?
Weimar und Leipzig.
Ja, genau. Also das finde ich dann auch hochinteressant, was ihr da dann für Erfahrungen mitbringen werdet, so als die Pioniere. Da können wir dann immer mal nachhaken und fragen, wie sind denn eure Erfahrungen gewesen. Aber ein bisschen ist es schon das auch, was Annett sagt, diese Zeit und diese Möglichkeit, intensiv auch vielleicht aufs Publikum zuzugehen, in Zusammenhängen, wo also letztendlich das Publikum, man sagt immer so schön, da abzuholen, wo es ist. Also letztendlich, und ich meine damit gar nicht im Konzert, sondern eben davor, einfach da in Orte zu gehen, an öffentliche Orte zu gehen. Das Konzept finde ich total super, wenn ich mir überlege, ich müsste jetzt an einem Tag 16 Pop-up-Konzerte hier in Stuttgart organisieren mit 1,5 Personen im Orga-Büro, denke ich mir so, ja, wir müssen vielleicht einen anderen Weg für uns finden, aber die Idee dahinter ist natürlich super, einfach zu gucken, und das hat ja, glaube ich, auch, wenn ich das so richtig verfolgt habe, Julian in den letzten Wochen auch sehr intensiv gemacht, irgendwo gestanden und Lieder gesungen an den ungewöhnlichsten Orten und sicherlich unter Abstrich der Qualität oder der Möglichkeiten, die er da vor Ort jeweils hatte. Also, dass er einfach nicht einen Konzertsaal zur Verfügung hatte mit einer tollen Akustik, sondern in Kolonnaden in Hamburg stand und vorm Weinladen gesungen hatte, habe ich, glaube ich, irgendwas gesehen. Aber das auch zu machen, ja, das finde ich natürlich total super und frage mich dann aber immer wieder, ja, wie kriege ich was Ähnliches hin? Aber das ist vielleicht nochmal das, was du schon sagtest, mit dem Wohlfühlen des Publikums, was aber auch Keval sagte, mit diesem Konzert, was eigentlich an einem ganz unmöglichen Ort war und wo hinterher alle zusammengesessen haben und sich ausgetauscht haben. What you told us about this concert, when in the end you sat on the floors and in the end everybody stayed and didn't leave after the concert and you talked together and you had some food together. Also vielleicht sind das ja doch auch mal Ideen oder Inspirationen, einfach zu sagen, wie lade ich mein Publikum noch mehr ein und wie bringe ich mein Publikum noch mehr in einen Austausch und einen Dialog mit Künstlerinnen und Künstlern, weil ich glaube schon auch, dass die Nähe zwischen Publikum und Künstlern etwas ganz Wichtiges ist und da bin ich wieder überzeugt, dass das Lied dafür auch besonders gut geeignet ist, weil es ist nirgendwo so intim wie beim Liederabend, man hat wirklich 2 Künstler, man ist eigentlich sehr dicht dran. Woher kommt das Lied? Aus dem Salon. Man saß eigentlich gar nicht mehr unbedingt auf der Bühne. Und du hast vorhin auch die Frage gestellt, braucht man überhaupt eine Bühne? Klar, dann beschwert sich die letzte Reihe, dass sie die Künstler nicht sieht, wenn da zu viele im Weg sitzen. Aber wenn man auch vielleicht dann doch den Mut hat und sagt, okay, es ist dann ganz klein und es sind dann 20, 30 oder 50 Personen im Konzert. Und damit sind wir dann aber auch zufrieden als Veranstalter. Man hat ja immer den Anspruch, es müssen 200, 300, 500 sein, weil letztendlich die Konzertsäle auch alle so groß sind. Aber vielleicht ist es das gar nicht. Also vielleicht ist der Mut zur kleinen Form auch das, was dem Lied viel eher gerecht wird und was auch die Nähe zum Publikum wieder ermöglicht. So, Keval, just another question to you, because you have the experience, especially from Great Britain, from London, from the concert scene there, and from Finland. What is your experience when you think of Liederabende, Lied recitals? You have, of course, fantastic Wigmore Hall. You have the Oxford Lieder Festival, Leeds Lieder Festival. Somehow, I think something works better in Great Britain than it works here. Is it like this? And
we'll make a change.
And second question, how is it in Finland?
It's nice to hear that something works well in Great Britain. That's something we haven't heard for a few years. Yeah, of course, like, the UK has had a very strong tradition of this repertoire for very many decades, and so in a way it's not surprising that there is enough kind of generational passing down of interest in the repertoire and passing on of like the tradition of going to these things. And certainly as students in London, I studied at the Royal Academy of Music, and Wigmore Hall was like 5-minute walk away. So in terms of having easy access to the culture, it couldn't have been any easier. And £5 tickets, that it was made as accessible as possible, save for the changing of the format. So as a student of Lied repertoire, there was basically no barrier to going to listen to Lied. In Finland, it's a bit different. Actually, like and Pauline and I have spoken about this in the past, and one of the big things that is perhaps challenging, although really interesting, I mean, the love for Lied repertoire in Finland never ceases to amaze me. The amount of enthusiasm for the repertoire amongst the students, amongst the public. Finland has this extraordinary summer festival culture where there's like a festival happening in literally every single town in the country has a music festival. And there's always some kind of song-related thing going on there. What there isn't, and this is quite interesting, is there isn't this like long-standing tradition of like a chamber music hall in Helsinki where for many decades people have endlessly come, like a Wigmore Hall or a Bulezal or something like this. We don't have that. I understand that there was a time when there were a lot of visiting artists doing Liederabends in like the 80s. And all of my colleagues tell me about the heydays when lots of Lied was happening. And actually now I sit on the board of, I'm on the artistic team of Helsinki Serious, which is now Finland's only like international chamber music and Lied series. So we're a year-long series in Helsinki, and we have one recital a month, of which 2 or 3 will be Lied. And there is an audience for that, and it's kind of interesting because here we are talking about kind of finding new paths and new ways, and yet in a city like Helsinki, we're finding that actually there's been a gap in the traditional type of programming, that there actually is an audience, a big audience, who wants to go and listen to a chamber music concert or a Liedabend in a very traditional format. So we have the Sibelius Academy's old concert hall, which is a very kind of grand, typical 19th century style hall, even though it's a lot more modern in its kind of architecture. And Ian Bostridge and Ralph Gottoni are coming next month to do Winterreise, and that's selling very well, of course. And Victoria Mullova and Alistair Beatson opened the season with a program of Beethoven violin sonatas, sold out. And Elizabeth Leonskaya came last season with Schubert last sonatas, sold out, because in a way we're not oversaturated with that stuff. In London it's a different game because you have so much going on. In Finland, to have one hall that does some of what we might think of as like a late 20th century kind of programming is kind of necessary. But at the same time in Finland, and I think this is something which comes from the fact that despite being a very old culture, it's a relatively young nation, there's a kind of open-mindedness about trying new formats and just, I feel a real willingness to just try things. And because there isn't such strong sense of expectation, again, what we were talking about, like there not being so many people that already know in advance what they're looking for, people are prepared to listen to, think about the legacy of contemporary music in Finland. Like, it's not just Kaija Saariaho and Magnus Lindberg. The strength of compositional culture in Finland is remarkable. And I think it's so, in a way, because audiences don't come with so much baggage of a centuries-old tradition. So it's kind of interesting coming from London, which is a city which has so much tradition, and now living in a completely different cultural environment, to kind of see that it's possible to have different kinds of concert formats for different audiences in different places. That really isn't this one-size-fits-all thing again, right? That for your audience in Hamburg, I think you guys will find this, right? That when you're in Hamburg versus in Weimar, or Vienna versus Leipzig, something in the programming will change, something in the format will change and in Zeiss, for example, like I wonder how different things are for you in Zeiss versus when you're doing things in Amsterdam, for example, like the demographic that you have at your disposal should be, I think, the core thing that determines the way in which you program. Like, I don't think it's the case that we can say, well, we can create an audience that doesn't exist. I can bring my Bhagavad Gita program to Finland. I can't ship in all of Northwest London's Indian community to come and join the fun. But I think that the program has enough to speak to a local Helsinki audience too. But it's not maybe the priority program, whereas something like the Mortal Wounds program or a program of Ukrainian Heine settings might more distinctly speak. Maybe they would see themselves more easily in that because there is something that connects to their sense of identity. So in a way, I think like we're all kind of representing different kinds of audiences in different kinds of landscapes. And so all of our attitudes towards how we do things is a little bit different, I guess. And that's a good thing, I think, that we're not all looking for one way of determining the future.
Ja, natürlich, natürlich muss man immer an den
Entschuldigung, dass ich alles auf Englisch
absolut.
Ich kann fast alles verstehen, aber zu antworten ist ein bisschen zu langsam für mich.
No, I think absolutely fine, it's okay. Aber natürlich muss man schauen, immer, wie ist das Publikum vor Ort? Das möchte man ja ansprechen. Natürlich wünscht man sich, dass das Publikum von überall her anreist, aber das funktioniert natürlich auch nicht immer so. Aber vielleicht öffnen wir jetzt wieder ein bisschen die Runde und versuchen ins Gespräch zu kommen, weil Henk hat ja auch sehr richtig gesagt, gerade es geht jetzt um diesen neuen Studiengang und die Herausforderungen und Anforderungen an Künstlerinnen und Künstler in der Programmplanung und auch Programmgestaltung, Keval hat das in seinem Vortrag auch irgendwie wunderbar dargestellt, sind einfach sehr viel fordernder geworden, denke ich. Also gerade wenn dann die Veranstalter da sagen, ja, Winterreise ist schön, aber wir wollen jetzt auch mal was anderes. Ne? Das wäre jetzt vielleicht auch ein bisschen die Frage hier in die Runde auch der jungen Künstlerinnen und Künstler, die ja selbst sich damit beschäftigen müssen tagtäglich, was kann ich an Programm machen, was kann ich anbieten, welche Erfahrungen macht ihr letztendlich mit Programmen und wird es gefordert, dass ihr, oder auch an anderen Orten gefordert, dass es eben jetzt thematisch abgestimmte Programme sind? Oder wie seht ihr das? Würdet ihr euch eigentlich lieber auf die reine Kunst und das reine Musik machen letztendlich konzentrieren? Wäre das einfacher, als sozusagen einfach noch diesen enormen Repertoire-Anspruch jetzt entsprechen zu müssen? Gibt es da Ja.
Also mein Eindruck ist der, dass alles gleichzeitig existiert. Also es gibt Kontexte, wo einfach eine Winterreise ist und das ist das, was gefordert ist und gewollt ist. Gleichzeitig glaube ich auch, dass, und das ist einfach meine eigene Erfahrung der letzten jetzt über 12 Jahre ja auch schon, wo ich Festivals mache und gleichzeitig singe, dass ich denke, dass ich rückblickend sehr dankbar bin dafür, dass ich jemand bin, der Sachen oder Konzepte erdenkt, umsetzt, teilweise mit ganz klassischem Repertoire, teilweise gar nicht mit klassischem Repertoire, im Austausch mit anderen und dass das alles irgendwo auch bei mir liegt. Also ich sehe mich inzwischen als Künstler, als jemand, der alles abdecken muss, aber das auch lebt. Also ich bin wie ein Hammer, wenn du einen Nagel in die Wand haben willst, aber ich kann auch eine Bohrmaschine sein. Wenn das ist, was es dann braucht, damit ich das machen kann, was ich will. Und ich glaube, dass diese Entscheidung, dass ich das machen will, die hat dazu geführt, dass ich alles sein kann, ein Chamäleon, aber trotzdem sehr, hoffentlich, mir selber treu. Also ich glaube auch, dass das ein wichtiger Schritt ist. Wir haben gerade, es wurde schon ein bisschen angedeutet, diese Frage nach, ja, aber was ist mit dem Geld? Ich glaube tatsächlich, dass wer Lied machen will, also wieder meine Erfahrung. Meine Erfahrung ist, in dem Moment, wo ich Lied machen will, bedeutet das, dass ich finanzielle Abstriche mache. Ich hätte als Sänger wahrscheinlich in meinem Leben viel mehr Geld verdient, hätte ich mich auf Oper fokussiert, habe ich nicht gemacht, aber das heißt nicht, dass ich kein gutes Leben führe. Und ich glaube, diese leider meiner Meinung nach, und das ist jetzt natürlich ein großes Thema, aber westliche Tendenz der voll durchkapitalisierten Kulturwelt, das bringt uns nichts. Und wenn ich das aber mal akzeptiert habe und diesen Schritt gegangen bin, dann kann ich unter einer Brücke in Berlin eine Winterreise für 35 Leute singen, mit einem Keyboard und ich habe einen tollen Abend und die Menschen, die da sind, auch. Und wir als Menschen haben ein tolles Erlebnis. Und diesen Schritt zu gehen, dass man sagt, ja, was ist mit dem Geld? Ja, heute ist kein Geld da. Dann kann man Sachen machen. Also ich glaube, diese Befreiung, wenn man sich diese Befreiung nimmt, dann kommt irgendwann auch wieder das Geld dazu. Und das ist mein Glaube. Also das ist wirklich eine große Überzeugung, die ich habe.
Ich würde gerne noch eine Sache ergänzen. Also ja, und wir kennen uns ja auch jetzt nicht ganz so ungut, deswegen dein Idealismus ist ja etwas, was dich wahnsinnig trägt in dieser Gattung, was fantastisch ist. Ich habe gerade so ein bisschen geschluckt, wie du die Frage gestellt hast, ehrlich gesagt, hey, ist das nicht wahnsinnig anstrengend, das alles zu machen und würdet ihr nicht eigentlich lieber das? Ich würde die Frage gerne anders stellen. In 2024, in der Fördermittel, auf die wir angewiesen sind, in der Art zur Verfügung stehen, wie sie zur Verfügung stehen, in der es eine riesen Relevanzdebatte gibt, um was wir tun, in der schauen wir nach Berlin, in wirklich Fördermittel um 50%, in dem Fall freie Szene und so weiter, aber es wird uns auch blühen, in der diese Dinge geschehen, in der es eine große Frage nach der soziokulturellen Relevanz der Klassik gibt. Fühlt ihr euch in den Hochschulen darauf vorbereitet, dem gerecht zu sein, anstatt ist es nicht anstrengend, das zu tun? Das wäre meine Frage an dieser Stelle. Und es gibt durchaus Programme, nehmen wir zum Beispiel Tonali Hamburg, die ihre Bühnenakademie machen, an der sich witzigerweise hauptsächlich Sänger und Pianistinnen anmelden, weil sie quasi da sehen, da kann ich irgendwie diese Skills mir noch dazu holen. Das ist das eine, was ich dazu sagen wollte. Und das zweite war eine Reaktion auf Keval, die ich aber vergessen habe.
Ja, jetzt fiel gerade das, also ist absolut richtig, natürlich. Also ich denke nur, es sind einfach neue Herausforderungen, neue Aufgaben bei Künstlerinnen und Künstlern dazugekommen. Also das sind Aufgaben, die man vielleicht oder auch Skills, wie du sagst, die man vor 20, 30 Jahren in dem Sinne nicht gebraucht hat oder noch nicht in dem Maße gebraucht hat, weil einfach das klassische Repertoire, was auch im Studium zum gängigen Kanon gehörte, dann letztendlich in Anführungszeichen gereicht hat, um damit seine Konzerte zu gestalten. Und es sicherlich so ist, dass die Hochschulen vermutlich noch nicht flächendeckend mit der Ausbildung da angekommen sind, dass das alles mit vermittelt wird. Deshalb umso besser, wenn es solche dann Angebote wie von Tonali gibt oder wenn ein neuer Studiengang aufgebaut wird, dass diese Dinge gleich mitgedacht werden, dass also gleich ein Vortrag von Keval gleich am Beginn eines solchen Studiums stehen kann. Aber das sind ja vielleicht Dinge, die auch erst jetzt langsam noch dazu entwickelt werden müssen. Oder sehe ich das falsch?
Ich bin total dabei, aber was hilft es uns gerade was war vor 20, 30 Jahren? Was hilft mir dieser Blick gerade? In der Tat, natürlich war das so und es gibt auch heute noch diese, sag ich mal, Top 2%, die gebucht werden und die dieses Leben führen können, was fantastisch ist, und das sind Abende, die genießen wir. Insbesondere als LiedLOVERS ist das was zutiefst erfüllend ist, wenn ich Konstantin, einer meiner engsten Freunde, wenn ich da irgendwie sitze, dann bin ich einfach so. Und gleichzeitig gibt es aber halt noch die anderen 98%, die nicht einfach gebucht werden. Und die müssen erfinderisch sein. Die müssen sich irgendwie eine Existenz bauen, die dieser Zeit gerecht wird und die auch den soziokulturellen Anforderungen an Kultur gerecht wird. Und da bin ich fest überzeugt von. Das heißt nicht, dass wir diese 2% da streichen müssen. Das soll unbedingt passieren, weil es ist etwas zutiefst Erfüllendes und eine zutiefst befriedende ästhetische Erfahrung. Aber auf diese anderen, die sind so wichtig und dafür müssen wir irgendwie gucken nach New Audiences, dafür müssen wir irgendwie gucken, was machen wir mit dieser Kulturförderung, wie sie gerade ist, weil leicht ist es auf keinen Fall.
Aber darf ich noch mal kurz einschreiten? Das ist das, was ich eigentlich sagen wollte. Ich glaube, es ist ganz entscheidend, dass wir als Musiker oder jetzt liedaffine Musikerinnen und Musiker uns in einem sehr breiten Sinne als Künstler sehen. Und dass jemand, der ein Konzert singt, auch ein Konzert organisieren kann, dass jemand ein Konzert konzipieren kann, dass wir das alles machen können, dass wir eine Firma gründen können. Also deswegen, ich sage immer nur, was ich gemacht habe, aber das ist eben der Weg, den ich gehe und ich glaube an diesen Weg. Ich möchte das auch teilen. Ich spreche auch viel mit jüngeren Leuten. Jetzt bin ich ja auch schon 10, 15 Jahre älter als die nächste Generation und ich versuche, die Leute zu begeistern davon. Ich werde viel angerufen. Ich habe immer wieder E-Mail-Kontakt mit Menschen, die gerade darüber nachdenken, ein Festival zu gründen, die mich nach Formaten fragen, rechtlichen Formen und so weiter. Und inzwischen nach 10, 12, 15 Jahren kann ich eben da Antworten geben. Und ich glaube, man muss Leute dafür motivieren, selber aktiv zu werden und zu verstehen, dass das was Großes, Positives und sehr Starkes ist, selber diese Organisationsarbeit zu machen und dass es dann was extrem Befriedigendes ist, das umzusetzen. Und jeder hat da seine eigenen Möglichkeiten. Jeder hat seinen eigenen soziokulturellen Hintergrund. Jeder hat sein eigenes Dorf, seine eigene Stadt, aus der er kommt. Und ich glaube, dass da ganz viele Potenziale drin liegen. Und deswegen bin ich auch so froh, dass wir uns jetzt hier unterhalten, weil wir müssen diese Begeisterung fürs Selbermachen, fürs Neumachen, fürs Ausprobieren, die müssen wir ja streuen. Und daran glaube ich ganz, ganz fest. Also, und dann ist es ein tolles Leben.
Darf ich darauf? Also ich bin ganz einverstanden und ich teile die Leidenschaft. Und ich glaube auch, dass jetzt in Hochschulen die junge Musiker auch viel mehr ist. Es gibt wirklich Fächer, die ganze Management und Sachen dass man das schon lernt. Ich glaube, der Elephant in the Room ist, wie überzeugen wir die Leute außer uns, in unserer Bubble, mit unserer Leidenschaft, dass es wichtig ist. Es gibt auch die Realität von politischen Änderungen in Europa, die ich überhaupt nicht wichtig finde. Und über Größe des Publikums, für mich war es eine ganz wichtige Erfahrung in Corona, war alles zu und dann war es in Juni so mal kurz offen und dann war ein Liederabend geplant, die war plötzlich möglich mit 30 Menschen im Publikum. Und ich bin rausgelaufen auf die Bühne und dann normalerweise hat man gedacht, all diese Arbeit für 30 Leute, aber da habe ich die alle 30 umarmen wollen. War so intim und schön. So, ich glaube, das ist, aber dann sagen Leute natürlich, das ist ökonomisch nicht verantwortbar. Und das ist, glaube ich, auch eine Aufgabe. Und ich glaube, niemand hat noch das richtige Antwort.
Nein, also ich glaube, die werden wir wahrscheinlich heute auch nicht finden, sonst könnten wir uns das vermutlich vergolden lassen, dann hätten wir auch das finanzielle Problem nicht mehr. Aber nein, also du hattest noch das Stichwort Idealismus aufgebracht, das natürlich, glaube ich, ganz entscheidend ist, dass also Idealismus, Begeisterung, du ja auch absolut dazu gehörst, das zu vermitteln und das irgendwie vorzuleben, wie sowas funktioniert und vor allen Dingen dieses Brennen fürs Lied. Und ich glaube, deshalb sind Künstler wie du oder auch hier auf der Bühne sitzen, im Publikum sitzen, die es vermögen, diese Leidenschaft nicht nur über die Bühne überspringen zu lassen, sondern auch eine Beziehung zum Publikum aufzubauen, die das ermöglicht, dass das Publikum dann auch wiederkommt. Also das ist ja auch mal was ich hoffe, was sich hier vermittelt. Also dass man auch in einem Wettbewerb veranstaltet, dass da schon mal eine gewisse Nähe zu Künstlern aufgebaut wird, zu den jungen Künstlerinnen und Künstlern, die dann als Preisträger hier herauskommen und dass man dann aber durch diese Nähe, die das Publikum vielleicht auch in so einem Wettbewerb bekommt, das dann fortführen kann. Also dass dann dieser Familiencharakter einfach entsteht. Und ich glaube, wir empfinden diese Familie hier, die Künstlerinnen und Künstler, die hier sitzen und die wir auf der Bühne sitzen, schon sehr, sehr stark. Jetzt müssen wir einfach versuchen, das Publikum noch stärker in diese Familie mit reinzuholen. Das können Formate sein, das können das sein, wie ich ein Konzert davor und danach gestalte. Das sind ja auch alles Möglichkeiten, vielleicht diesen Idealismus, diese Leidenschaft und wir sind eine große Liedfamilie, diesen Wohlfühlmoment für das Publikum noch stärker zu etablieren. Zum Stichwort Idealismus nochmal an die Kulturmanagerin die Frage oder wie du das für dich empfindest.
Also ich glaube alle, auch die Veranstalter, die hier sitzen, ich gucke so in den Boulez-Saal, wir merken doch alle, dass das Publikum wieder zurückkommt. Und die Zahlen, die man im Moment liest, also es trifft vielleicht nicht auf jedes Konzert zu, aber in der Summe kommt das Publikum zurück und will etwas erleben. Die wollen zusammenkommen. Es gibt auch übrigens andere Studien, da gäbe es eine Kritik an deiner Studie, ich war auch dort, die sagen, das heutige tech-affine Publikum möchte einen Ort, wo sie nicht abgelenkt werden mit irgendwelchen technischen Mitteln und irgendwelche Handys klingeln und sonst was, sondern einen Ort, wo sie entspannen können oder
Aber
einfach mal abschalten.
Das bestärkt doch das. Es geht ja nicht um eine technische, sondern es geht einfach darum, ist es bequem, ist es angenehm, fühlt es sich gut an.
Ja, aber da geht es nicht nur um das Drumherum. Es geht auch um den Moment, wo ich sitze und was zuhöre, was ich vielleicht nicht kenne.
Ja, aber ich suche keinen Weg zur erlebnisorientierten Klassik. Das ist nicht das, was ich suche, wo man mit einer App, keine Ahnung was, es geht um dieses Abschaltmoment. Da bin ich total bei dir. Aber was diese Studie einfach sagt, ist, dass dieses Drumherum, und zwar wie werde ich begrüßt, fühle ich mich wohl, um diesen Abschaltmoment zu haben. Also dieser Abschaltmoment, der steht für mich überhaupt nicht in Frage. Aber wie ist der Weg dahin? Dass das eine Rolle spielt, ist, glaube ich, ganz klar. Und das macht sich jeder Veranstalter die Gedanken, wie, was mache ich mit meinem Haus? Also mein Haus wird gerade erst gebaut und ich muss mir diese ganzen Fragen stellen. Ja. Wie wird es gestaltet? Was gibt es da zu essen? Und so weiter. Ja. Und da gibt es ein Publikum, das besteht zur Hälfte aus Touristen und zur Hälfte aus interessierten Einheimischen jeglicher Couleur, die alle Angst haben, dass es ein Kunsttempel wird. Das höre ich jeden Tag, ja. Ich höre jeden Tag, was kommt da hin? Was wird da gespielt? Wird es so ein Kunsttempel, den wir nicht verstehen? Und ich glaube, genau das ist die Aufgabe, zu sagen, glaubt doch an uns, wir bringen total interessante Sachen rein. Ich glaube auch total, dass wir an Wahlabos arbeiten müssen, die erstmal ein Wahlabo sind. Du wählst 3 Konzerte aus 5 aus und da gehst du aber auch hin und da wirst du überrascht und hoffentlich mitgenommen, buchst dann noch mehr Karten. Ja. Also ich glaube, wir müssen auch in den ganzen Strukturen umdenken, wie Konzerte angeboten werden, dass die Menschen immer wieder kommen. Und das ist jetzt der Punkt, wird er auch schon an manchen kleinen Orten ausprobiert. Und ich hoffe, dass wir das alle auch in Stuttgart können, in Hamburg, ja, wirklich andere Formen zu finden und eigentlich das Publikum dahin zu bringen, glaubt an den Ort und an die Menschen, die dort was initiieren und machen und was da drauf steht, ob das Konzert einen Titel hat, ob ich den Künstlernamen schon mal gehört habe oder nicht, ist dann hoffentlich irgendwann eine Stufe tiefer. Spielt natürlich inhaltlich am Abend eine Rolle, aber nicht so sehr in dem, wie ich dafür werbe.
Ja, ich möchte auch noch eine Sache aus eigener Erfahrung zu sagen, was ich erlebt habe in Seist zum Beispiel oder auch als Rezipientin beim Oxford Lied Festival, weil eben genau diese familiäre Atmosphäre mich jetzt als Künstlerin wirklich auch umgehauen hat, aber ich eben auch gesehen habe, dass dieses Publikum immer wieder kommt und ich Jahre zuvor schon immer gehört habe, du musst mal nach Seist. Also wenn nicht um dort zu singen, dann einfach um dort zu sein, weil die Atmosphäre so schön ist. Und es war wirklich so, also man sieht dann einfach einen nachdenklichen Robert Holl über den Zebrastreifen gehen und der setzt sich dann später irgendwie vor dem Konzertsaal auf die Bank und unterhält sich mit dem Publikum in der Mittagspause und das Gleiche ja in Oxford. Also da gibt es Menschen, die buchen sich wirklich für 7 bis 10 Tage in Hotels ein und schauen sich 3 Konzerte am Tag an und das schon seit geraumer Zeit. Und das finde ich einfach unglaublich überzeugend, weil das jetzt auch nicht alles geschulte, jetzt sage ich mal, MusikerInnen sind oder Menschen, die jetzt unbedingt jetzt immer aus diesem Bildungsbackground kommen, sondern das hat sich einfach rumgesprochen und das betrifft ja jetzt nicht nur uns, die wir hier in der Bubble sitzen, sondern Menschen, die sagen, Mensch, das war so schön, ich habe jetzt noch die Tante eingepackt und wir gehen nächstes Jahr da wieder für 3 Tage hin und das ist unser Urlaub. Also das finde ich einfach unglaublich überzeugend. Also und jetzt eben zuletzt habe ich das erlebt, jetzt frisch in Seist und auch natürlich in Stuttgart schon mehrfach, dass diese Integration, dass die Menschen sich mitgenommen fühlen. Und da sind wir auch wieder beim Punkt, bei diesem Wohlfühlpunkt in dieser Studie, dass es eben jetzt nicht nur um das Repertoire geht oder dieser Künstler spricht mich an oder diese Stücke, sondern eben alles drumherum. Ja.
Ich würde total gerne auch 2 Elefanten im Raum ansprechen. And you might hate me for it. Das eine ist die in dieser vertretene Bubble Angst. Wir haben alle Angst davor, unsere Relevanz zu verlieren. Und wir vergessen dabei, dass das, was wir machen, essentiell menschlich ist. Es spricht die Menschlichkeit an. Und wenn wir diesem Gedanken treu bleiben, dann sprechen wir jedes Publikum an, egal wo wir sind, egal welches Format wir drauf stulpen. Das andere ist unsere Arroganz. Wir sprechen sehr viel davon, wie wir unser Publikum dort treffen, wo sie sind, wie wir sie reinholen. Unser Publikum sind wir. Unser Publikum sind intelligente, denkende Menschen. Egal, ob sie das Lied an und für sich kennen oder nicht. Wir müssen keine hochgestochene Formate draufstellen, um Dinge interessant zu machen. Ein Format kann eine Sache verständlicher machen. Es kann es unmittelbarer machen. Es kann eine Geschichte anders erzählen. Aber es macht unsere Kunst nicht relevanter. Und wir müssen irrsinnig aufpassen, nicht ständig irgendwelche Formatwellen hinterher zu rennen.
Darf ich eine kleine Anekdote dazu noch erzählen? Weil ich war in Zermatt wandern und bin auf ein Ehepaar getroffen, die nichts mit klassischer Musik zu tun hatten. Also die haben nur Rock gehört, also so ein 68er-Paar. Und denen habe ich gesagt, ich singe in 2 Wochen 2 Dörfer weiter, einen Liederabend, also in Zug. Und die haben dann gesagt, ja, machen wir einfach mal. Ne? Und dann sind die da rein und die haben danach echt geweint. Also das hat mich wirklich umgehauen, weil das war überhaupt nicht deren Format. Und im Kleinen, die sind jetzt dann auch nach Venedig irgendwie in die Oper oder so dann gekommen, die sind dann irgendwie, haben sie sich da jetzt angefreundet mit dem allgemeinen Format. Aber das hat mich so überzeugt, das war ja eine Werbung im Kleinsten. Das sind jetzt 2 Menschen, aber es sind 2 mehr. Und die haben auch noch 2 mitgebracht, dann nach Venedig.
Schon 4.
Und ich finde, ja, also ich meine, natürlich, es geht natürlich im größeren Kontext um mehr, aber ich fand das so spannend. Ich hätte nie gedacht, dass sich 2 Menschen dann auch in der Folge und mit Anhang darauf längerfristig einlassen. Und ja.
Naja, doch, aber das ist doch genau das, wo wir uns, glaube ich, alle einig sind, dass das einfach, wer da ist, wird mitgenommen oder den spricht es an. Also das ist, wie du sagst, wir brauchen nicht über die Relevanz reden. Es ist, glaube ich, auch nicht, dass wir die herbeireden wollen, sondern dass wir ja überzeugt sind, dass wir mit diesem wunderbaren Genre und mit dieser großartigen Musik und einfach die Menschen ansprechen können. Und das ist doch das beste Beispiel. Ich meine, und natürlich sind es dann erstmal nur 2 und dann waren es schon 4, aber genau so geht es. Und letztendlich ist auch das wieder, es sind die persönlichen Begegnungen, es ist der Wohlfühleffekt beim Wandern gewesen, dass man einfach sich da kennengelernt hat und in ein gutes Gespräch gekommen ist und dann aus einer persönlichen Motivation heraus, weil sie dich nun kennengelernt haben, bereit waren, dahin zu gehen und dann vielleicht auch mal noch einen anderen Liederabend besuchen. Und natürlich ist das vielleicht mühsam, wenn es so 2 und 2 und dann nochmal 2 mehr, aber das ist, glaube ich, schon auch mit ein Schlüssel, auch wie Oxford funktioniert hat. Es gibt es jetzt, wie lange, 20 Jahre?
Ja, 25 vielleicht.
Ja, und es waren auch nicht von Anfang an diese Mengen. Genau. Also, und auch da, oder auch sei es, ja, es geht über Persönlichkeiten, über Personen, die in einen Dialog mit dem Publikum treten. Und das Publikum kommt dann, weil es sich wohlgefühlt hat. Das ist einfach so, weil es etwas Schönes erlebt hat. Auch wenn es vielleicht Themen sind, die nicht so schön sind in eurem Liederabend. Das Publikum war unglaublich berührt, hast von der Kritik erzählt. Es geht ja nicht immer nur darum, dass man den Wohlfühlmoment und nur die allerschönsten Themen, also in den Liedern geht es oft genug um traurige Themen, aber trotzdem, es erreicht die Menschen. Aber Keval, du wolltest...
Yeah, I was saying about, I think what audiences, like, I think you're so right about, not patronizing audiences, not assuming that there's such thing as a homogenous audience, but to say that actually if there's something which brings people into places, there's this like community sense, this thing that brings people back to a festival for 7 to 10 days, or if you have regular like these kind of season ticket holders of things, they don't necessarily come because of this particular piece or this particular, they come regularly because they have this sense of trust in the institution that they are coming to, that you've built a relationship with them. And I completely agree with you that it's one thing to talk about, oh, we should go where these communities are, but it can be so patronizing to assume that communities want these things. You know, who are we to tell them, oh, we must come to you and bring you our great song because you are deprived without it. You know, I think we could be perhaps a little bit more realistic about like exactly what is the core value of what we do. It lies in this expression of our humanity, and that some people will find this humanity if we create the environments where they feel welcome and safe and not patronized, not made to feel unwelcome, not made to feel that they're supposed to have a certain set of assumptions in their mind before they arrive. But equally, it's totally okay that our music doesn't touch everybody, and that we don't try and go head over heels to transform everything about what we're doing because we think there's a world in which suddenly everybody will be loving Lied. And, you know, we don't need that to be the case. I think what we need to feel perhaps is that there are places where this repertoire exists and where there are communities around the repertoire, communities of artists and of audiences and of composers and of sponsors, of course, people who want to support this thing and see it evolving in a way which feels active and alive. I think if we don't end up in a situation where every single town on earth has a Lied festival, that's okay. Like, we don't need to... You know, I think I'm very conscious of not becoming like an evangelist about this. I don't want to be seen to be like a missionary for Lied in some way, because it can be, to have that approach is kind of problematically colonial, even if I bring a wider repertoire, to say that I'm coming as a messenger for this art form which you are currently deprived of. So let me bring you my Sanskrit songs to your Indian community centers. If they want to come, they'll come if they know about it and if they know what it is they're coming to. So if I can say to them, you're coming to this thing where there'll be some Indian food and some people you know and some music you recognize and some other things, and we'll make a whole evening out of it. So actually with this concert in Oxford, the late night concert after ours is a sitar and tabla concert given by a really famous British sitar player, Jazdi Singh Degun, who just won the Royal Philharmonic Society Instrumentalist Award. He's the first Indian musician to win that award. And I know that a lot of people would come for his concert So they might come to ours too, and we'll try and eat some food in between. And there's actually in the Bodleian Library in Oxford, they have manuscripts of the Gita, 18th century manuscripts of the Gita, which we're going to be on display, and we're going to have like a talk about that. If you create like a whole thing for people to be part of, then they will come, and if they happen to fall in love with that Britain setting of John Donne, then that's fantastic. But if that's my intention, that you must come because you must fall in love with this extraordinary seventh bar where the most amazing thing happens, which made me fall in love with it, maybe we're sort of not gonna achieve. I think it's just a question of what our intentions are. Like, what is the intention of wanting to share, lead with audiences and create festivals? Like, why are we doing it? Is it because we think of ourselves as somehow higher than, or because we want to share something of our humanity, like you said?
I would love to answer to that, and to the, or not answer, but just strengthen actually the question of comfort as well. I think, we talk about the comfort of the seats and so on, and as somebody who spends most of my life in a very comfortable hall and then sometimes goes to a concert in a church, for example, I'm with you. But it's also, comfort is not just a question of, physical comfort is not just a question of the comfort that I feel in the seat that I'm sitting in. It's also the comfort that I feel in the ritual that surrounds a place. And that's where I think we need to become more welcoming. I mean, it starts with things like, how do I greet a concert audience at the beginning of an evening? Who am I excluding if I say ladies and gentlemen? What is the historical background of ladies and gentlemen? Who are ladies? Who are gentlemen? Who in my audience today is a lady or a gentleman, frankly? And I think we just need to, again, it goes back to music is an incredibly human art form, so let's treat each other as humans.
Yeah, and more normally, I think, to go back to what Elita was saying earlier, that actually, like, just make it more normal, right? That we don't need to think of ourselves as being somehow different than or higher than or special in some way. Like, I think, I was talking about this with somebody earlier today before the talk about how, I think it was with Susan actually, about what makes us become defensive and arrogant about our art form. And I think I said to Susan, I'm not going to say this in public because maybe it feels a bit controversial, but she said, you must say it. So now I'm going to say it, and you can have a go at her if you don't like what I'm going to say. But I think when we, let's say as a species in this repertoire, we feel threatened by lack of funding, threatened by less visibility in public life, threatened by the sense that we are living on borrowed time, perhaps, that our genre is from an age which somehow doesn't kind of connect with the world of social media and 21st century life. It's very easy to become, like, get yourself into like a preservation mindset and a conservation mindset, right? Like, so it's in the name of the institutions, these conservatoires, whose purpose is to primarily conserve a tradition. When you're in that mindset of preservation and conservation, you become so sheltered to all the external influences that are bearing upon your work in a negative way. And, nature teaches us that if you don't adapt in difficult situations, you actually become extinct. So it's moments like this when we feel most in crisis, most in a place of, I want to hold on to my rituals, that we actually should be questioning, where did these rituals come from? And I hope I showed a little bit how rituals are changing over time. Nothing is fixed. And if anything is becoming fixed, it's because we are consciously or subconsciously feeling threatened. And so we are starting to bed down and bed in traditions that never really existed. I mean, even things like having to perform all of Schöne Müllerin from beginning to end, which Schubert would never have done, right? Or his audience wouldn't have expected. Or we were talking about this Winterreise and how Amiel was saying about when Schubert first performed Winterreise, that how his audience were a bit like, don't love this. Like, lots of sad songs in a row. So traditions that we have inherited now are not timeless. They are very much time-orientated, and we can choose to question them and just bring everything back down to earth, I think, and integrate it as part of cultural life rather than seeing ourselves as some exception to cultural life that has to be given special funding and special elevation in public life. Yeah, that's what I think.
Sorry, like, I will...
Auf Deutsch ist gut.
No, in English is also fine. Yeah. I just wanted to say to that as a singer, I was always questioning myself why I'm doing that, why is lead is so important, and in this case it's also how I, and later together with my partner, how we can bring it like to the level where it's doing something really important. And this is like what you're talking about. Like, you know, for example, you said that the tradition is not timeless, but they're basically time limited. And in this case, we have to adapt, otherwise we're going to extinct. Yeah, yeah, exactly. But as I say, as a singer, we learn for a very long time, for example, how to become the voice and for what. That's exactly, we learn to say something very important, to say something absolute, what's valuable for entire humanity, let's say so, regardless where we come from. Like, it doesn't matter where we come from, Europe, Asia, America, there's something really, in general, very, very, very important that every of us have to know, has to know. Yeah, and I forgot. Jesus Christ. Yeah. No, I forgot.
It's a singer thing. They are made to sing, not to...
Yes, about the responsibility. Of course. That's exactly. We learn how to sing, to have a voice, because it's about the responsibility. We're working with the time, most valuable thing what human has. It's the time. So that's why everything what we're saying has to be important and to made it, yeah, exactly, to made it in the most qualified way, yeah, exactly, to have importance.
But how often? I mean, but how often do you feel that the concert hall institutions and the rituals around concerts actually allow us to focus on either that humanity or the importance of what we say? Because I feel like a lot of the time, the music and the core of the music and the music's message gets kind of downgraded to a secondary or tertiary thing, because there's all this other stuff that I think actually weighs way too strongly on the music. You know, the music is, as you said, the music is ours. It's human created stuff that can speak very, very strongly. But to speak from personal experience, I grew up spending 25 years of my life thinking that I had to become a white person to do it, because subconsciously I had been made to feel that I couldn't do this. I say subconsciously. Someone told me after a Liederabend in Austria once that I was the wrong color to play Schubert. Somebody in the audience felt confident enough to say that to my face. Now that tells you not only about that person's attitudes, but something about the environment in which that person felt the safety to express that opinion, denying me the safety to just get on stage and do my job. So I totally agree with you, but I do think that there are some really fundamental things that have to change if you want that core humanity and core message to be like transmutable to an audience without all the kind of baggage.
I just wanted to add a little something to what you're saying. I think, I mean, I have lots of things that I'd like to say, but since I have more words than you do, I won't. Maybe, but one of the things about this idea, I think I'll take Misha's comment, which I understand, but I think and feel that there's another elephant in the room, which is the human body. And I think what connects us all is how we relate to our bodies. Different cultures relate differently to their bodies. And I come from New York, I come from America, I've spent over half my life in France, which has a whole different relationship to the body. I have a German background. And what we sometimes forget, and what I see being a performer and a teacher, I've been a teacher for, ever since I was 16 maybe, is the difference in how music is taught. And I think in a lot of schools, we learn to think about music. And so there's a lot of thinking, and this thinking leads to this feeling of high culture and low culture. The medium is the body. The body is the source of everything. The body has rhythm. The body wants to dance. The body wants to move. We can choose to remain quiet. The body has pulsation. Music is pulsation. Pulsation feeds the voice. It's riding on the voice. Rap is very close to lead, and I think rhythm, words that have rhythm, music. Piano has rhythm. We can go against it, we can deny it, we can multiply it, put it one on top of another. And I think as children, we need to connect to this. And there are many other aspects of the body. Language. Language has body. I grew up in an immigrant family in America where the language at home was German. And I spoke German until I was 4 or 5, and then I went to school with the kids of GIs, and I was considered the terrible German girl. And they categorized me, and I didn't understand why that was true, because all my friends at music school, Manhattan School of Music, where I went already as a child, they had all lost family in the war, and they thought that the idea of being German was something absolutely wonderful. But what happened was I stopped speaking German. I lost the German in my body. I lost part of my sound, my inner sound. And I discovered that again through art song. To me, art song was a sound of a language, a joy, a celebration. It was also community. It wasn't intellectual at all. It was something that was a necessity, and I thought, this is really great. There's a rhythm to this music. It's a voice that I've forgotten. It's made me a little bit more complete. It's left the inner mirror, a little less shattered. And I think, aside from the many other things I would like to say, we have many differences in culture. We have different colored skins. We come from different belief systems. I've been in many places of the world. I've played in deserts. I've been to Jerusalem with a program of the 3 cultures a long time ago, with texts from all kinds of different cultures and music that went from Bach Passions to Let It Be, and you know, and it's been multiplied in many different ways, and it's all the same. My older son is an electronic musician. He writes pop music. And when he hears song, he hears the rhythm of sound, and he's often questioned me why my rhythm is not regular, you know. And so I've tried to do some stuff with him, and people do connect. I don't feel that there's anything elitist about what I do or what I want to bring to people. I think there's a problem in some traditions and habits that have been created. Money is another one of the elephants. Because people have gotten used to being overly paid to do what they do. There's travel involved, there's hotel, and people feel that, you know, it's created, this to link to the programs, there's so much to say, but it's created this culture of people who want to have programs ready, who don't necessarily have interesting programs, because it's work that way. They get paid a lot to do the same program, and then you do la bonne chanson, frei, and then you program that with something interesting, you know, another cycle of someone else, and that works, and we know it can sell it 100 times. But I very quickly became bored. I got bored. I thought, what's the point? So you start developing, and I go back to the business of the teaching, because absolutely every masterclass I've done over these decades, I've said to people, they said to me, how can I find jobs? You know, producers don't want to hire me. Women have said, you know, someone said it's not good to be a woman on stage with a singer. All of these things, which have changed over time. There's still some of it. I just say to them, keep doing your thing. Keep being you and going for program ideas. Develop your own program. You know, what you do, what you've done. And in France, there are many young people doing this. There's a fantastic program called La Brèche, which happens in Aix-les-Bains, and they find musicians who are not pianists to go out into fields, and they go on hikes, and they take walks, and there's music stops along the way. Poetry readings are not meant for concert halls necessarily, or for TV shows. You know, we exchange poetry. Rap is poetry. You know, we can rap old poems. You know, it's just, it brings the body back into the equation. And, you know, there's a lot to be done, but I truly think that this wall, this other wall, like the actors talk about, it's our job to take it down. And we know this. the only way to do it is to keep nourishing your inner animal, to keep it alive, to bring it to everything you do, everything you say when you're teaching, to encourage people to not go for less, and to not stop because this is difficult, you know, and to remember that it's not an elitist thing. You know, it is. I think one of the men, I played some Beethoven one day in a small recital in a church in La Rochelle, and a farmer came up to me. He said to me, it was the first concert he had ever come to, and he was the only person who talked to me about the music. And he talked to me about everything he felt, that it was a love story, that it was a disastrous love story, that there was been a storm, there was a separation, and this person was left alone. And you know, I know how difficult it is for all of you who organize, but I can, you know, I think it's partly your responsibility and very much ours. And if we remember that we must not evolve in these spheres, these upper spheres in some kind of a cloud, you know, it's ours also to take down the cloud. You know, we need to take it down. Anyhow.
Ja, ich möchte auch was sagen über diese Wand, die, von der Susan gerade gesprochen hat, die da im Raum steht. Was hält denn die Leute speziell davon ab, in Liederabende zu kommen? Und da höre ich immer wieder, ja, wenn ich in ein Klavierrecital gehe, da gibt es keinen Text, das ist einfacher. Was ja irgendwie auch wieder absurd ist, weil eigentlich müsste es ja, wenn es Text gibt, speziell wenn es in der Sprache ist, die man versteht, müsste das einfacher sein. Aber offensichtlich ist dieses Gefühl, ich muss verstehen, was da gesungen wird. Und wenn ich das nicht verstehe, dann bin ich nicht gut genug oder dann habe ich da nichts verloren. Das ist immer noch vorherrschend. Und ich glaube, da müssen wir diese Angst immer, den Leuten immer mehr nehmen. Oder da gehört die Kommunikation dazu, dass man eben vielleicht auch während des Konzerts zwischen den Liedern nach dem Konzert zur Verfügung steht und eine Nähe herstellt und sagt, es geht darum, dass ihr das erlebt, egal, gerade wenn das solche Programme sind, die der Keval vorher gesagt hat, mit verschiedenen Sprachen, die wahrscheinlich niemand alle sprechen kann und verstehen kann. Darum geht es ja gar nicht. Lasst euch emotional drauf ein und lasst euch von dem Moment einfach verzaubern, so wie das Hank passiert ist mit der Winterreise oder dir mit Brigadier das erste Mal erlebt. Also das müssen wir immer wieder, glaube ich, das ist das Wichtigste, dass diese Angst den Leuten genommen wird, gerade bei Liederabenden. Das ist nichts, was man verstehen muss, sondern man darf sich da einfach hineinfallen lassen. Und also wir wissen ja, was es da zu erleben gibt, aber dass man diese Angst abbaut.
Ja, da schließt sich fast so ein bisschen der Kreis. Ich will auch die Diskussion nicht abbrechen, aber vielleicht verlegen wir die gleich einfach zum Kaffee nach draußen weiter. Aber nein, ich finde, man kann tatsächlich jetzt einen ganz schönen Bogen. Keval hat in seinem Vortrag darüber gesprochen, wie das mit dem Klatschen ist vom Publikum und dass man vielleicht auch einfach, wenn man es so oder so haben möchte, das kommunizieren kann und soll. Und dass auch, also allein diese Angst, wenn ich falsch klatsche und das Publikum, das, was sich entrüstet umdreht, wenn es mal falsch geklatscht wurde und so, also dass einem das nicht gefällt, wenn man dann so ein bisschen merkwürdig angeschaut wird und sich falsch verhalten hat, das kann ich auch verstehen. Der kommt dann vielleicht auch nicht wieder. Und da ist, was du sagtest, man kann sozusagen da eine Hilfestellung geben. Und wenn man klar kommuniziert, man hat einen langen Bogen und dann soll man sich den Applaus für den Schluss aufsparen, ist es überhaupt nichts Schlimmes daran, das zu sagen, sondern im Gegenteil, es hilft ja allen. Und das hat was, diese Konvention, diese Angst, die vielleicht irgendwie da existiert, das ist völlig richtig. Und wir kreisen aber auch immer wieder um diesen Wohlfühlmoment, dass sich ein Publikum wohlfühlen muss und das dann auch gerne kommt. Und ja, vielleicht versuchen wir uns jetzt ein bisschen wohlzufühlen beim Kaffee und reden aber weiter. Also draußen ist ein bisschen was vorbereitet, weil in einer halben Stunde geht es hier weiter mit dem nächsten Programmpunkt. Aber ich finde es total total schön, spannend und auch wirklich inspirierend, wie wir hier ins Gespräch miteinander gekommen sind. Und wahrscheinlich hätten wir dieses Podium gar nicht gebraucht. Wir hätten uns direkt hier alle zusammen auf die Bühne gesetzt. Aber dass wir, wie gesagt, nicht die Lösung hier gefunden haben, das war nicht intendiert und ist auch sicherlich nicht möglich. Aber dass man einfach so seine Erfahrungen miteinander tauscht und verschiedenste Aspekte jetzt angesprochen hat. Natürlich auch Probleme benannt, aber ja, die sollen uns nicht abschrecken, davon weiterzumachen. Und ich danke allen sehr, sehr herzlich für die Beiträge, für die schöne Gesprächsrunde, für die Diskussion. Und ich würde einfach sagen, wir führen das jetzt draußen fort. So, herzlich willkommen zurück. Ich hoffe, wir sind alle gut gestärkt. Ja, es ist total schön zu sehen, wie einfach die Gespräche so nahtlos weitergegangen sind. Ich freue mich total, dass das hier so gut angenommen wurde. Jetzt kommen wir zum letzten Teil unseres heutigen Beyond Lied-Tages, ein Lecture-Recital zu den Komponistinnen Margaret Bonds und Florence Price, die beide auch einen Schwerpunkt in unserem Wettbewerbsrepertoire dieses Jahr bilden. Wir haben da neben Liedern von Hugo Wolf und Franz Schubert, die immer dabei sind, und einem Schwerpunkt zu Arnold Schönberg und seinen Schülern eben auch 6 amerikanische und britische Komponistinnen mit im Programm, unter anderem die beiden schwarzen Komponistinnen Margaret Bonds und Florence Price. Und ja, die Idee zu diesem Schwerpunkt kam letztendlich ja vor 2 Jahren nach dem vorigen Wettbewerb auf. Da haben wir im November auch hier in der Musikhochschule in Stuttgart die Singing Justice Conference veranstaltet. Der Untertitel nannte sich Decentering Whiteness in Vocal Music, a Hybrid Symposium for More Diversity in Vocal Music. Um Diversität ging es ja auch gerade schon in der Gesprächsrunde, und das war ein Symposium in Zusammenarbeit mit der Hamsung Foundation und dem Humanities Collaboratory at the University of Michigan, das wir hier veranstaltet haben und das sich eben ganz schwarzen Komponistinnen und Komponisten gewidmet hat, die definitiv in Deutschland viel zu unterrepräsentiert sind in Liedprogrammen. Und ich habe jetzt gleich die große Freude, hier auf der Bühne meine liebe Kollegin Christy Finn begrüßen zu dürfen, die Sie dann alle hier durch den restlichen Teil des Tages führen und leiten wird. Christy Finn kenne ich in erster Linie als Managing Directorin von der Hamsung Foundation. Wir kennen uns schon lange, arbeiten gerne zusammen. Die Hamsung Foundation, gegründet vom wunderbaren Liedsänger Bariton Thomas Hampson, ist eine Institution, die sich natürlich auch voll und ganz dem Lied verschrieben hat und vor allem auch einen großen Schwerpunkt auf dem Song of America, also auf dem Liedrepertoire aus den Vereinigten Staaten gelegt hat. Und gemeinsam mit der Hamsung Foundation hat, wie gesagt, vor 2 Jahren hier bereits dieses Symposium stattgefunden. Christy Finn ist darüber hinaus oder eigentlich vom Haus aus, aber eigentlich auch Sängerin, Sopranistin mit dem Schwerpunkt auf zeitgenössischer Musik. Sie stammt aus Pennsylvania, ist aber schon lange hier in der Region, hat zwar auch in Maryland studiert und in Dallas, war dann aber und ein Studium für zeitgenössische Musik in New York abgeschlossen, kam dann aber tatsächlich auch nach Stuttgart, wo sie hier an der Musikhochschule ein Masterstudium bei Professor Frank Wörner und Professor Angelika Lutz im Studio für Stimmkunst und neues Musiktheater absolviert hat. Also auch ein Stück weit ein Nachhausekommen für sie heute. Und wie gesagt, Christy Finn ist sehr, sehr tief drin in diesem Thema zu schwarze Komponistinnen und Komponisten. Und wir haben uns eben gedacht, wenn wir schon Margaret Bonds und Florence Price im Wettbewerbsrepertoire haben, dann wollen wir heute noch einen etwas genaueren Blick auf diese beiden wunderbaren Komponistinnen werfen. Und Christy Finn hat uns auch noch weitere Gäste mitgebracht, und zwar Professor Michael Harper vom Royal Northern College of Music in Manchester, ein Gesangspädagoge und Coach, selbst auch Sänger. Die beiden werden gleich ins Gespräch kommen mit Louise Toppin, die dann uns hier auf dem Bildschirm zugeschaltet sein wird. Ich weiß gar nicht, wo Louise gerade ist, aber irgendwo in den Vereinigten Staaten. Und Louise Toppin war auch vor 2 Jahren schon mit Teil der Singing Justice Conference, eine absolute Expertin auf dem Gebiet, vor allen Dingen auch für Margaret Bonds. Aber davon wird sie uns gleich erfreulicherweise auch noch selber erzählen können, wie ihre Arbeit war, wie mühsam das zum Teil auch war, dieses Repertoire überhaupt zu erschließen, damit es aufgeführt werden kann. Und darum geht es uns ja vor allem, dass dieses Repertoire in den gängigen Kanon von Liederabenden mit aufgenommen wird. Ja, und dann gibt es nachher auch noch ein bisschen Musik, eine musikalische Überraschung, damit nicht nur über die Komponistinnen geredet wird, sondern wir auch ein bisschen die Musik hören können und vielleicht auch über die Herausforderungen oder was es bedeutet, wenn sozusagen diese Musik hier aufgeführt wird und gesungen wird, wie die Musik komponiert ist. Und die Sängerin wird dann hier auch noch, Danielle Williams, die auch erfreulicherweise extra hierfür angereist ist, wird dann auch noch die Gesprächsrunde erweitern. Aber jetzt würde ich einfach sagen, ich bitte Christy Finn und Professor Michael Harper hier auf die Bühne und überreiche dann das Mikrofon und freue mich sehr, dass ihr hier seid und wünsche uns allen jetzt eine spannende Zeit, schöne 1,5 Stunden.
Hallo, guten Abend. Vielen herzlichen Dank, Cornelia. Genau, es ist für mich eine Freude, wieder hier zu sein. Und I think we'll be doing this session in English, but we can also do some translations in German for anyone who would like that. Just give sort of like a sign. And there's Louise. So here we are to speak about the music of Margaret Bonds and Florence Price. And I am so lucky that I have two true experts here to speak about this. I'm here, as Cornelia said, in my capacity as the managing director of Thomas Hampson's Hampsong Foundation, but also as a trained classical singer and someone who performs the music of, especially of Black American female composers and Black American composers in general. But I am so thrilled, and this is the first time we meet in person, to have Michael here, who is really an incredible expert in this area, in his research, in his performance, in beginning a prize to support the performance of this music. So I would like to first introduce him and have him say a few words about himself and what your relationship to this music.
Leider muss ich auf Englisch sprechen, weil mein Deutsch nicht fließend ist. Ja. Okay. So, I'm Michael Harper, and surprisingly, Louise and I come from the same area, and we didn't know each other when we were growing up, but she grew up at the university in my hometown, and I grew up in the center of that town in Petersburg, Virginia. And I knew some of these people whose music we're performing today, or I knew some of these people who were in the same circles of the people whose music we are performing today. And I didn't know anything about this music. Because you see, in formal music education in the US, we're not taught about Black composers unless you attend an historically Black university, college or university in the US. You don't learn anything about these composers. You might hear a bit about Scott Joplin. Do you know Scott Joplin, the ragtime composer? Well, he's about the only one that you hear about. Maybe William Grant Still, but not many, definitely no women composers. Because in fact, 30 years ago, if you'll remember, if you know anything about music education, there weren't any women composers. Which is surprising to me, considering the fact that one of the great teachers and conductors of the 20th century, Nadia Boulanger, taught most of our 20th century composers. So there you are. And her sister was a composer. So I came to Florence Price through the song Night. It's the most exquisite song. You won't hear it today, but if you get a chance, it's on the internet. It's called Night, Nacht. And it just has so much in it. It's luxurious. It's got blues chords in it. It's got classicism. It's just a perfect jewel of a song. And to sing this is like heaven. I don't know, have you ever sung it, Christy? Oh,
I have never sung it, but I do love that song.
It's just a gorgeous song. And the other song was Song to the Dark Virgin. The original title is Songs to the Dark Virgin, but it's in this book. And I just thought, who is this woman? Who is this woman? So I found out about her, and I found out about a lot of other black composers, and I particularly like to emphasize black women composers because they might be great, but even in the black community, they don't always get the praise that they deserve. So Florence Price was born in 1887 or 1888, and she died in 1953. Her entire life, so after the Civil War, there was a period of reconstruction, rebuilding relationships between African Americans and European Americans, and rebuilding the South. And Florence Price was from Little Rock, Arkansas. So they would have started out with a rather comfortable life living in Little Rock, Arkansas. And her father was a doctor, I believe. But something happened during Jim Crow. Jim Crow were the kind of apartheid laws in the American South that prevented African Americans from having the same privileges as European Americans and others. Florence Price was of mixed heritage, and a lot of that heritage was not African, but her lived experience was African American. So in America, that makes you African America. so she moved. They moved away. She moved away with her husband in 1927, I believe, after a lynching in Little Rock. They moved to Chicago. And her whole life really began as a composer then. She'd studied at New England Conservatory and had to say that she was Mexican-American so that they wouldn't kick her out because there was a lot of racial tension. So she moved to Chicago and she met Margaret Bonds, about whom Louise will talk later. She moved to Chicago and they started this collaboration with Margaret Bonds, and they started to become very well known nationally. And in 1932, they both applied for something called the Wanamaker Award, and they both won. So Florence Price won the first prize for a symphony and the third prize for her piano sonata. And Margaret Bonds won the first prize for her song, Sea Ghost. And I don't know if that song is, the score is extant. It is, because for a long time, nobody knew where the score was. Florence Price, in her time, wrote, she was only 66 when she died. She wrote over 300 pieces, symphonies, chamber music, songs. She was a great, prolific writer of songs. There's a book of 44 songs, but I'm sure there are more. And most of this music was unseen for such a long time. And only recently there was a stash of music found in an abandoned house, summer house of hers, that could have just been lost if nobody knew what it was. But somebody knew what it was, and they saved these. So we have some more of Florence Price's music. Some of it is still yet to be published, but there are definitive biographies and narratives coming out about Florence Price and her participation in what was called the Chicago Renaissance. I don't know if you've heard of the Harlem Renaissance, where it was a renewal of African and African heritage themes in African American life. Langston Hughes was one of the principal poets of that period. And she met people like Langston Hughes and the great contralto Marian Anderson through Margaret Bonds. And she and Marian Anderson sang her pieces, so promoted her work. So she was a well-respected composer, but she would write to conductors like Kutsevitsky, who would reject it basically based on the fact that she was black and a woman. So she knew that, and she often stated that, because I'm black and a woman, I know that I'm working with a handicap here, but here's my music anyway. So she was a great promoter of her own music, and she was very intelligent, very skilled in languages and all sorts of things. She listened to her music. It's wonderful music. Her organ music and her piano music is particularly wonderful because she was such a fantastic pianist. So I hope you will go out, and YouTube is wonderful. We didn't have this when I was growing up. We had to go to the library and try to find recordings that were never there, and we had to find them that way. But you have YouTube. You can find anything on YouTube now. Please, please listen to Florence Price's music.
Thank you, Michael. That's a wonderful introduction to Florence Price. And I would love now to turn it over to Professor Dr. Louise Toppin, who has some very interesting and personal stories related to Margaret Bonds, and who is the person who put out this anthology, Rediscovering Margaret Bonds, that includes art songs, spirituals, musical theater, and popular songs. And Michael was speaking about this Florence Price book of the 44 songs and spirituals. So for the singers out there, I brought my library with me. And if you would like to take a look at these, you can come on up. These are all anthologies or collections of music by African American and African diaspora composers. And I brought along also the book From Spirituals to Symphonies, African American Women Composers and Their Music, which was published in the 90s and is still pretty definitive, but there are many things coming out soon. There is also a biography about Florence Price by Dr. Raylinda Brown that came out, I believe, in 2020. And I have that only on PDF, so I can't share that, but I do recommend reading it because it speaks a lot about the Chicago Renaissance and a lot about the time that Florence Price and Margaret Bonds spent together at the kitchen table copying parts for the symphonies for some sort of, for the next competition, and their really close relationship and the mentorship that Florence Price provided for Margaret Bonds.
That's right. And the other thing is that Florence Price was the first woman of African heritage who had her piece performed by a major symphony orchestra in the US, and that's the Chicago Symphony Orchestra in 1933. Dr. Samantha Egger is writing a book that should be coming out soon. Is it out already, Louise? I don't know. It should be coming out soon, about the Chicago Renaissance, which is the parallel movement that happened in Chicago that paralleled the Harlem Renaissance.
Thank you for that. So I turn it over to the lovely Dr. Toppin.
Thank you so much. I won't even, my German is way too rusty to even say hello, so I won't even do that. But I will say that it is an honor to be with you all, and I am sorry I could not be with you in person, but I hope another time that I will be able to make it with you in person. For me, as Michael told you, I grew up on the campus of Virginia State University. These universities, the historically black universities, were founded to educate the formerly enslaved Africans. And so they were a bastion of intellect and resources and wonderful African American heritage and work. So as a child, I studied with one of the piano teachers on the campus, and she assigned to me Troubled Water by Margaret Bonds. I was about 10 or 11. And I remember playing that piece in concert. I played Beethoven and other European composers the same program, but I remember the impression that it had on me to play this piece that was such a joy in the delivery and in the harmonic language. Margaret Bonds was an exceptional pianist, and you could feel it and hear it. When I went to Michigan to do my doctorate, I decided to base my research area on African American composers because I was curious, not only from the experience that I had had as a child, which did not translate to when I went to college, and I have 2 masters, one in piano, one in voice, and I never heard another piece by an African American composer, although I had grown up on the campus hearing a lot of music. The famous composer Undine Smith Moore was a part of the faculty, and so I saw her doing world premieres along with many other composers. So at Michigan, I wanted, when they said we could explore whatever area we wanted, I was very interested in African American music. Willis Patterson, who has created the first well, the longest running anthology in modern history from 1977. I think Christy's going to show it to you. Yeah. Music of Black Americans. That came from the University of Michigan, and it included Margaret Bonds. So I got to see some of her songs for the first time for me. I did not sing her music on my recital because there was only that music in that publication for us to access in 1990. There were no other publications that had her songs. But I kept remembering how much I loved her language, her musical language. And in that collection, she had 3 dream portraits. And those dream portraits were written in 1959 at the height of the Civil Rights Movement, at the beginning, of the Civil Rights Movement. And she and Langston Hughes collaborated on those poems. And I was struck by the fact that the poetry was talking about things such as Black like me, and there'll be a minstrel man. And it was exploring Black subjects that I hadn't seen in the art songs that I had studied at the university, at both Peabody and at Michigan, and in terms of my formal education. When I graduated from Michigan, I went to study, I was teaching, but I also went to study with a woman by the name of Charlotte Holloman in Washington, D.C. And one day after we'd worked a while, Mrs. Holloman said, why don't you go to my basement and get some scores? Because I have some scores nobody wants, and they were by my friend. And so I went down there, and they were 9 scores of Margaret Bonds. They were the actual manuscripts. And that, I was shocked because, first of all, I didn't know there were any other songs than the 3 I had seen in Professor Patterson's anthology. But I was curious now, how do you come to have these manuscripts of Margaret Bonds? And she talked about how Margaret was her friend. And they would go to visit Hall Johnson, and they would go to visit Langston Hughes, and all these people were real people to her. That's like, for all of us saying Mozart was your cousin. It was such a shock, and it made it a real person to begin to hear that and to look at this handwriting and see these songs. And so that began my quest of where is the rest of this music. Margaret Bonds, in connection to, as Michael was saying with Price, Bonds was born in Chicago in 1913. She grew up in the Chicago Renaissance, of course, but she went to Northwestern University, which at that point was not accepting of her as a student. So she could not study in the library on campus with the students, the other students. So she had to go to the public library. And while she was there, she read a poem called The Negro Speaks of Rivers by Langston Hughes. And that was her first introduction to Hughes as a writer. And she said it was that poem that helped her to get through her education at Northwestern. Her mother, Estella Bonds, was known for the salons that she would throw, and those are the parties. And she would invite all of the Black singers, Abby Mitchell, who was the first Clara and Porgy and Bess. Her husband was Will Marion Cook, the Broadway composer. And so she met all of these people through her mother, Estella Bonds. When Florence Price came to Chicago, she stayed other places. She divorced her husband, and when she stayed other places, she eventually ended up staying with the Bonds family. And that's how some of these connections and conversations began to happen. And Margaret Bonds meets Langston Hughes as an adult through her mother. But before she has met Langston Hughes, as Michael said, Price and Bonds entered the Wanamaker competition. And not only was Price the first composer, a Black composer, to be premiered by the Chicago Symphony, Margaret Bonds ends up as the first Black artist to appear with the Chicago Symphony. She didn't play a piece by a black composer. She was actually playing a piece by an American by the name of Carpenter, Alden Carpenter, his concerto. But on the same program, this mentor and mentee are appearing because they're winners, but they're also appearing because of the work that they do. Margaret Bonds she was 21 years old, by the way. She was a graduate student when she won this prestigious competition and launched her career. She had a storied career of collaborations with Langston Hughes. They wrote musicals, which a lot of people don't know, that they actually had several musicals that they presented, which is why I was able to find and collect some of these musical pieces. She wrote spirituals for many people, such as Leontine Price and other artists. She wrote art songs for all the latest singers of the day. But more than that, Margaret Bonds was an activist. And in her activism, she created a school for African-American children because she wanted to make sure that the next generation had opportunities to learn as musicians. She created concert series. She moved from Chicago to New York City. She created a concert series so that Black artists and composers could have their works premiered in a space that the public could hear it and they could get reviews in the Black newspapers, but at least they were a part of now the Harlem Renaissance scene. From Chicago, while she's in New York, she meets and marries her husband, who Langston Hughes introduced her to. And so she, from there, most of her work was written while she was in New York. And when Langston Hughes dies in 1968, she moves to California for the last period of her life. She dies tragically in 1972. She's only a young woman at that point. So like Price, she's also, unfortunately, her work is cut short. The tragedy in terms of her work was that Bonds gave her scores to the person she wrote the music for. So unfortunately, trying to track down where these scores were was quite a challenge and continues to be a challenge. I think we're only scratching the surface of the music that Margaret Bonds wrote. We only have 3 piano pieces, and for someone who is such an accomplished pianist, I'm sure there's more. We just have to find it. And as Michael was telling, just as a quick last story, when they found the music of Florence Price, which by the way is now under the publisher G. Schirmer, so that the music is being published and slowly rolled out. When they found the music, they took it to University of Arkansas. And Ray Linda Brown, who wrote the book, and I were down there to see this music. There were 100 more Florence Price songs. So I snapped pictures of all of those, and so they're being rolled out. But while I was there talking to the person who published that anthology, he said, I think I have a song for you. And he goes to his basement and he comes back with a song that in all the scholarly work I had never seen a reference to, never heard the title. And it was a spiritual by Margaret Bonds. And I said, we were getting ready to publish. And I said, where did you find this score? And he said, I went to an estate sale and bought it for $1. So that tells you the state of Margaret Bonds' music. If he hadn't happened, he just bought it because he's a publisher, didn't know what he would ever do with it, but he gave it to me. So Guan Up, is represented in that collection and almost was lost had this publisher not bought the score. So I end by saying, I hope that you will explore Margaret Bonds. I have a feeling there may be some of her music even in Europe, because Charlotte Holloman, when she first sang Margaret Bonds, was living in Germany actually and performing in Germany. And so there was a whole expat community of Black artists who knew Margaret Bonds, who were living particularly in Germany and some in Italy and France. And so I think that we have opportunities to do some archival research in Europe as well as I said, since she lived in Chicago, New York, and California, there's opportunities, and I've received music from all 3 locations of some of her scores that just happen to have ended up in archives, or older people who have heard about the work that I've been doing and have provided this. The end of her story also, though, I will say, is part of her music ended up in a state of no known heirs. When Margaret Bond died, she did not have a will. She was a young woman and didn't expect to pass. She had one daughter. Her daughter, unfortunately, died at about the same age and under the same circumstances. She was found dead in her home in her early 60s. She too did not have a will. She had no children. And so when I did research to find the bloodline of the Bonds, a lot of them were only children. Acela Bonds had one child. Margaret Bonds had one child. So they all died without a lineage of other people. And so part of my work has been, and I assume we'll talk about some of this later, but part of my work was tracking down who was the legal heirs, beginning to find that and making a relationship with them so that I could publish that anthology, but more importantly, so that the world could perform her music, freely perform her music, and not have to worry about, is someone going to come after me for copyright infringement? We now know who owns the copyright. We're able to perform it. We're able to record it. And so all over the world, you're now beginning to hear Margaret Bonds. But without that work, those 3 songs that I found as a young singer might have remained all we ever knew of Margaret Bonds. So I hope that encourages you to do some exploration. I'm looking forward to hearing the music.
And we're also can you hear me? Okay. Truly amazing stories, and we're also grateful that you have put in, it's really your life's work that you've been doing to publish these songs. I know for years we've talked about all of the small little things that have to fall into place so that, for the poetry and for the music and for the family, and it's extremely difficult. So we're all very, very grateful for the time and the efforts that you've put in. I think it would be time to hear some music.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, and we're so grateful that Michael has asked one of his current year student. Yes, okay. His student Danielle Williams, soprano, to sing 4 songs for us this evening, with Marite Menni at piano. And we'll hear one Margaret Bond song, which is called To a Brown Girl Dead. Then we'll hear 2 Florence Price, My Dream, and a spiritual arrangement called My Soul's Been Anchored in the Lord. And then we will hear also a song by Julia Perry, which is called I'm a Poor Little Orphan in This World. And that's one of your areas of research as well, and of Louise as well. So we can also speak about her. It's her centennial this year. Yes, it's her centennial. Last year she would have been 100 years old.
No, this year.
I'm sorry, this year, Louise. Louise, the voice of God.
Louise was just in Manchester with me in February, and so much has happened since then. I've forgotten that it's this year.
Still the same year.
2024.
We've started a new academic year, so it seems like another year ago. Sorry.
So we'll welcome Danielle to the stage, and Marite. We're going to read the poetry before you hear the song. So Michael will read this one. Just touch on the bottom right corner.
Okay. With 2 white roses on her breast, white candles at head and feet, lay her out, I think. Dark Madonna of the grave she lies. Death has found her sweet. Her mother pawned her wedding ring. to lay her out in white. She'd be so proud, she'd dance and sing to see herself tonight.
My Dream by Langston Hughes. To fling wide my arms in some place in the sun, to whirl and to dance till the white day is done, then rest at evening beneath a tall tree while night comes on gently, dark like me. That is my dream, to fling my arms wide in the face of the sun, dance, whirl, whirl, till the quick day is done, rest at pale evening, a tall, slim tree, night coming tenderly, black like me.
To
The next piece is based on a spiritual text, and it's called My Soul's Been Anchored in the Lord. In the Lord, my soul's been anchored in the Lord. In the Lord, my soul's been anchored in the Lord. Before I stay in hell one day, my soul's been anchored in the Lord. I'd sing and pray myself away. My soul's been anchored in the Lord. I've lost the page. Technology.
I'm gonna sing and never stop. My soul's been anchored in the Lord until I reach the mountaintop. My soul's been anchored in the Lord.
And there I was, anchoring myself in the Lord. I'm going to pray and never stop. My soul's been anchored in the Lord until I reach the mountaintop. My soul's been anchored in the Lord. Oh Lord, my soul's been anchored in the Lord. Oh Lord, my soul's been anchored in the Lord. In the Lord, my soul's been anchored in the Lord. In the Lord, my soul's been anchored in the Lord. God knows my soul's been anchored in the Lord. So the last piece is by Julia Perry, and it's based on a Negro spiritual. And this is very atypical of Julia Perry's vocal writing, because she was a disciple of Luigi Dalla Piccola, who's one of the leading Italian serialists of the 20th century. But this is in her early period, and it's called I'm a Poor Little Orphan in This World. 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 Good Lord, can't stay here by myself. My mother broke the ice and gone. My mother broke the ice and gone. My mother broke the ice and gone. Good Lord, can't stay here by myself. I promised her I'd follow on. I promised her I'd follow on. I promised her I'd follow on. Good Lord, can't stay here by myself. Marita, would you join us as well? Would you join us as well? I think it'd be great. Is that okay? Oh, you don't want to speak?
I can speak a bit.
Yes, that's fine. Please, it's okay.
Yeah, if you want.
I just think she was part of this process. If you don't mind, that would be great.
No. I asked her beforehand.
Oh, sorry.
Not to, but I think it would be lovely to hear.
It's okay. It'd be wonderful because she was such a wonderful part of this process, and just meeting her yesterday and doing these songs together, it was a real symbiosis. It is fantastic. So I just want to, I'm a teacher, so even if students don't want to do things, I make them do it.
I thought we would maybe, so that we don't run out of time, because there's a lot of things we can all speak about here. We also want to open up this session for Q&A, especially for singers and pianists who are in the room who maybe are just getting to know this repertoire, or maybe have questions about the repertoire, or even are thinking, is this something for me? or how do I find this repertoire? So if you have a question or a thought or something that you'd like to ask us, please go ahead and raise your hand, and we'll be happy to take any questions. If there's anything in the room.
There are no stupid questions. All questions are good.
Hi, thank you for that. That was absolutely beautiful, and I've really enjoyed learning more about these two women. So thank you for bringing it here today. I have just a practical question, really. You've demonstrated some books, and I wonder whether they are available in transpositions to suit different voice types.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah, so Louise probably is in a good place to answer this because of her.
Yes, Louise, I know that many of the books have some of the songs in 2 keys, but I'll turn it over to Louise because I think you may be able to answer that as well.
Well, Jill, you actually just answered it. The book I did on early is in 2 separate anthologies, a high and a low. The African diaspora one, you have that one there. I thought I saw Christy, right?
Yes, I have that one.
The greenish colored one. Yeah. So that anthology, we didn't know if we would be able to do 2 separate volumes. So we actually picked some repertoire for higher voice and some for lower voice. We did it intentionally. So there's even a piece for coloratura soprano in there, and there's also a piece for bass in there, so that we really, gave it a lot of care and thought. Most of the anthologies, though, unfortunately, are not in multiple keys. The early anthologies picked a key in the middle, so they're not high, they're not low, they're just sort of middle, and we all just had to deal with middle. But with the anthologies I did, I very much had that in mind, and the future ones going forward, I'll always have a high and a low, and maybe even a middle. I might do 3. A great question.
That is a great question. I would say in the early anthologies, even some of them in the middle had notes that were maybe too high for a young baritone or too low. And I think one of the great things that Louise did, and that we're thinking about now, is that we have to make songs for young singers, because that's a way we get repertoire into the canon, is that young singers pick it. People who are already in their careers maybe pick 1 or 2 songs. But what I noticed through the work that I'm doing at the Royal Northern College of Music and at the Guildhall is that now the young people are picking their own music and coming to ask me about it, which is great because I'm not having to push it. I'm not having to be the African American art song pusher anymore. They're coming to me to ask me about it, which is wonderful.
Can I add too that the earlier anthologies up to 1977, they weren't intended for students. They were actually intended for professional singers. So the repertoire from Patterson and Roger Clark is extraordinarily difficult harmonically and vocally. So there's some really taxing stuff. About a third of it is really singable by younger singers. And the thought for all of us coming later is making sure that also, as Michael said, we're doing some things for younger singers. We're actually coming out with an anthology for high school age and really younger singers that's age appropriate.
Yes, even though the songs that they did today are incredibly complex pianistically and vocally, aren't they? Because there's so many shades that you have to get in them. So hearing a young singer sing those songs, we'll be left without much emotion. But when you hear a singer and a pianist who are really skilled, then we get what these songs are really about, because it's not just about surface level. It's much more than that.
Yes, and the anthology that Dr. Toppin was just referencing, she and I collaborated on a recording project so that almost all of these songs were recorded by her students at the University of Michigan, some of them also freshmen, sophomores just beginning their studies. And that's all available on the Song of America website, which we'll also talk about. So you can go and listen to recording of almost every single song in this anthology. And some of them are for very low female voice. I know The Heart of a Woman, for instance. And some of them are for, like you said, coloratura, soprano, and they are the entire spectrum. So that's a really wonderful thing that Dr. Toppin did in putting together this incredible collection of songs. Are there
Thank
any
you.
other? Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, can I add that we also added languages? So there is a song in German, or a couple of songs in German. There's French, there's Pende, there's Portuguese. So we tried to give a little bit more balance to even language study.
So one of the things that I said to Louise in 2022 when we were at the African American Art Song Alliance, I said we really need to think more internationally. And Louise has really started that process. But there are a lot of African heritage composers in the Caribbean, in the UK, and that's where my research lies. And in continental Europe, you have black German composers. I met a black Swedish composer who writes fantastically. So they're all over the place. And so I think it's a constant journey of research, isn't it? And finding out, really.
Yeah, maybe I have two small questions. The first one is, it was very interesting when you said that maybe there are some lost songs somewhere here in Europe. Do you have any clues where we can search for, other than on the market or so? I don't know.
Well, I was going to say archives, university archives, even public libraries may have some of the materials. Elderly people, or if there are any expats in the community, they tend to hold to this music. It's American music, and if they got Margaret Bond's scores, a lot of these people would be in their 80s or 90s now, and they may be holding them.
Yes, there are. I would look in the places where African American singers sang. So during the 1960s, from the 50s, but during the 1960s and 70s, there was a plethora of young African American singers coming here to sing. And they may have spiritual arrangements, they may have, Julia Perry had 3 spiritual arrangements at a singer called Gloria Davy, who sang a lot in Germany. Felicia Weathers is another singer who had a big career in Germany. Anne Brown was in Norway. There's a book by Kira Thurman called Singing Like the Germans. And she talks about the experience of the young Roland Hayes coming to the German stage, and the people booing him initially because he was an African American, and then they heard him sing the Lieder, and at the end they were at his feet, really. So he had a big career here. So you may look to find things where African American singers sang, or where African American conductors conducted. They may have left some traces behind. That might be a starting point.
And they may have left their papers in Europe.
Absolutely. So check those places out. Just start at the opera houses. Ask them who were the important African American singers who sang there.
Yes, thank you. That's a great idea. And one more question. Do you have any idea where we can hear all of these composers, or maybe some newfound songs, be it in Europe or in the States, maybe some festivals or some Konzertreihe or something like this, like a concert series or something?
So in the UK, I'm regularly curating art song recitals for different organizations like the Barbican, St. John Smith Square, the Buxton International Festival. So I've curated recitals for all of those places, Steinway Hall. And with my friend Nadine Benjamin, soprano, we are trying to spread the word. And there are other people. The English National Opera is doing a lot of work. In Europe, there are, just look up black German composers. I'm sure you'll find something. It may take you a little while to find it, but just look, keep looking. But Louise did with Thomas Hampson and a lot of great singers at the Elbphilharmonie during the pandemic. They did a wonderful recital that was live streamed. Is it still available?
Yes, Louise was part of Song of America, a celebration of black music, which was a project of Thomas and the Ham Song Foundation. And Louise, Lawrence Brownlee also sang, and a few young singers as well. Emma Nikolovska, who's very much associated with the Hugo Wolf Academy, and Justin Austin. And those 3 concerts are still available on YouTube, although they were only supposed to be available for a year. But they are still available on YouTube, and that was the first concert series that was put on after 7 months of the L being closed for the pandemic. So that was a very big event, but in Germany, I think that Cornelia is doing a lot to bring this music to the stage, and I also try to perform it myself, though I'm more in experimental. I do, for instance, Hale Smith has 5 songs for soprano and violin that I've done a few times on contemporary music concerts. Also, Dorothy Rudd Moore has an incredible song cycle, Sonnets on Love, Rosebuds, and Death, that I've done a few times. But in Germany, it's a very traditional scene, and which is lovely. But I think that it's very important that when you're passionate about the music, that you bring it to the stage and you show that this is what you care about, because where we put our attention is how we spend our lives, really. So this music needs attention and needs performances, and that's the best honor that we can give to it.
I think you still find the concert we did at the Singing Justice Conference. It's still available on YouTube as well. So at least recording, but we try to get it into repertoire so you can hear and see it more often on stage as well.
And a lot of things are live streamed, and that means they're not available after the live streaming. And the reason is publishers. And they want the money. They want the money, and so it's very difficult for us to keep those things live streamed. Can I just ask a quick question from the 2 performers? Because I mean, it really is down to you singers and pianists, to tell us. I mean, to do this. I'm old now, we're getting there anyway, and we need to pass this on to you, and I know, Louise, you're ready to sort of eventually pass it on as well, right? So we'll carry on finding out things, but you need to pick up the mantle. And what was it about this? Because you just picked it up at the last minute, really, and played so marvelously, and really got into the style of the music and the meaning of the music, and you joined Danielle in making art. And so I want to know what it was about the music that helped you to do that, if you can say.
Okay, first thing I say, normally I can speak English, but right now it's like that.
Auf Deutsch.
No, I will say that. So what about the music made
this work for you, the ensemble?
Well, first of all, it was very interesting to work with you both. I think this was the biggest help to understand it. And it has so many elements of, like, we talked a bit about gospel, about Richard Smallwood and things that I know from my experience, maybe. And now to try to find the way from gospel, jazz, a bit of things in the classical form, because they were classical traditional composers. And to discover where those chords speak and where does this thing come, and that's just, this is fascinating actually. And to have a bit of a, a bit more colorful, dimensional feeling to that. Was that clear?
Yeah,
Fine, okay.
I mean, for instance, in my dream, there's a place where there's ragtime, and you hear it where it comes down, and you don't listen for those things unless you know to listen for them, because Florence Price was very eclectic in her taste, and she included sometimes all of those things in one piece of music. So, and what about you, Donna?
From my perspective, it's really an honor to celebrate women composers, and they wrote so brilliantly, and it's so intricate, the music. And Professor Harper recommended a piece to me that was only available in a book that's published by Dr. Toppins, a company that she's affiliated with. And so I explored the entire book of African female composers and fell in love. I'd never heard of Julia Perry. That particular piece is just so breathtaking. It's sparse in the accompaniment, but it's so evocative. So for me, it's just really wanting to honor and celebrate women composers. As someone that composes myself, I think it's important just to, as often as you can, champion women composers. So for me, that's really motivation.
Can I go back to the question. Thank you, both of the performers, for your comments. That was wonderful. For the person that asked about resources, there's a young baritone in Germany, Thomas Stemmel, who's done a recording of African American music. And so I think some young artists in your country even are already finding and beginning to do something with this repertoire. As there's in the United States, there's not one place for it, but there are so many pockets in the United States where it is happening. Opera companies are doing operas, symphonies are playing it. And so one of the things is, as Michael, I think, said, is on YouTube, if you do some searches, the African American Art Song Alliance Conference has years of their programs. They're online. You can find them. The Vidamus Conference and the George Shirley, we're online, so that all of those years of performances, those are two places that you can go just to listen to some of this music and some really beautiful performances. And Song of America, I know that if you find African American composers, there are wonderful places there, as well as ADMP, my organization. So there are a lot of online resources, and there's lots live if one comes to the United States. There's plenty of places.
I just wanted to add to that quickly. There's a composer whose centenary it is this year, or next year. Is it Robert Owens? Is it next year, Louise? Robert Owens. And there's a conference in Nebraska, the University of Nebraska, Lincoln?
Lincoln.
That's
Lincoln.
right. And he wrote both in German and in French, because he lived in Germany and French. And there's an exquisite dry Lieder for baritone, but it's really for bass or bass baritone. And I would suggest to any bass or bass baritone to find it. If you want if you want information about it, I can help you. Okay.
And the mezzo songs are also in German.
And they're published by
Orlando
I have
Music
a copy of
Okay.
the Drei Lieder für Mezzosopran here, if anyone wants to take a look at it.
So it might be worth doing that.
I have to give one quick plug also for, if you do want to learn more, Louise and I are both on the faculty for a summer program called Singing Down the Barriers, which has an online week and an in-person week, and it's all focused on this repertoire and how to approach it for people of all ethnicities, racial backgrounds, countries, anyone who is interested and wants to spend time with this music.
I have a question. First, thank you very much. This is very, very interesting. I have a question. How much do we know, how much information is out there about the context in which Florence Price and Margaret Bond's songs were performed? Like, for whom they were written and in what kinds of programs they were originally presented? Because I think that would be interesting to know in terms of how we might integrate them into the context of different kinds of programs here.
There's actually a fair amount. I mean, the book that Raylinda Brown spent her life writing goes into detail about the work of Florence Price. And so she tells you who the pieces were written for. There's also an international dictionary of Black composers, and they were done by scholars over a series of years. Musicologists have done that hard work and labor. But then there are others, places like Town Hall in New York, where so many of the Black musicians premiered. Their programs are still sitting there. And so I've actually seen the programs in Carnegie Hall or Town Hall and all the venues in New York that those in the Harlem Renaissance would have used. That's accessible. Michael Cooper is getting ready to release a book on Margaret Bonds. So it'll be the first biography on Bonds, and it too is going to have that level of detail to begin to tell us who these people are. So there's a lot of research happening and publishing happening and there are articles that are coming out as well. But that's a great question.
Can I ask another one? Is there so when young singers study in German or French, we are drilled with the language. I wonder whether you have any suggestions as to accessing performance practice for Margaret Bonds and Florence Price with regards to pronunciation.
Well, in a lot of the spirituals, for instance, that would be where most of the issues with pronunciation come. Or if you have some Paul Laurence Dunbar poetry where he's written in the vernacular, sometimes they give you the option of not singing the vernacular. And with spirituals, there's so many different ways of singing spirituals. And for instance, Leontine Price went real hardcore and Southern with them. And some people would object to that because they are concert spirituals. So if Harry T. Burley has written a concert spiritual in a certain way, you should sing it in that certain way with those certain notes. I know that Sylvia Olden Lee was of that sort of mentality, that you sing them as they are written. There are other people who go as far as to gospelize the spirituals. Now, if some composer has written something, in my opinion, you sing as close to what the composer has written, otherwise we end up with a Rossini situation where he's having to write the exact cadenzas so that you don't do something so ridiculous. With the language, I would suggest checking in with someone who knows, because you could end up offending someone, but I'd rather sort of kind of sometimes offend people and do the music and be drawn back from it. But just check with someone who knows, just as you would go to a German coach for Schubert. Even if you speak German, you still have to go to a German coach for Schubert. So for this music, find somebody who knows, and not everybody who's African American knows. So just be clear about that. There are experts. And Randy
Jones.
Dr. Randy Jones has written a book, So You Want to Sing Spirituals?
Spirituals.
So you want to sing spirituals. So that's a good guideline for it. But if you will notice, there's a lot of this music that has nothing to do with dialect. It's poetry. And it's poetry that is in standard pronunciation. Sometimes you'll have an indication of an African-American accent, whatever that is, because there's so many varied African-American accents. So I would say, find somebody who knows. Call an expert like Dr. Toppen and ask her, or you can call me. We might have differing opinions, as people do. If you go to France, you'll have 10,000 different opinions on one thing. So I think rather than chanting it, we were doing, one of my singers was doing the 3 Dream Portraits by Margaret Bonds. And Louise said to me, I'm not sure that would go down very well in the States with a European American singing these songs. Whereas in England, I'm just trying to get people to sing these songs. So I said, go ahead and sing them. But you must be aware of the context. You must be aware of context. So if someone's singing like Undine Smith Moore's Watch and Pray, which is a woman who is enslaved talking about being sold, it's probably not appropriate for you to sing that. But there are other songs, other spirituals, which are neutral in their context. You know, like In the Lord, My Soul's Been Anchored in the Lord, is perfectly fine for you to sing. Louise, I can see you're itching to say something.
No, I agree with you, and I think that there are performance practice things that one needs to work on. In dealing with American music, in general, we wouldn't be rolling R's, and so that is one thing to watch out carefully for, and working with someone who is working not just with English, but is specifically working with American English, because it is different. And that's one of the things, as Christy was saying, with our Singing Down the Barrier, that's what our institute is about, because spirituals are, and singing in dialect is a hotbed button and difficult. Everybody handles it differently, but we take the time to work on it. There are several new books and articles that are trying to codify how to sing spirituals. And so we spend time trying to work with students on singing spirituals at our institute. We're not the only people, but I agree with Michael wholeheartedly. You have to, if you choose to go down the road of dealing with dialect, you have to work with someone who really knows dialect and can help you to find comfort. But with all of these songs, just as we learn the context for all of our other repertoire. We're taught our German, French, and Italian and English, British English context as students in the United States even, but we're not taught American context for African American music. And so that's what's most important. I disagree with him in one sense that on the bonds, I actually don't have a problem with people singing Three Dream Portraits, but it's how you present it and know how to tell the context that you're presenting this for this reason, not just start singing something that is so traumatizing to some people of another ethnicity. I mean, I think we can all sing any music, but I wouldn't go to another country and try to sing something that is a specific part of their heritage and very important to them without knowing and expressing why I'm singing. Why would I go to China and sing Chinese songs for them without telling them why I'm choosing to try to sing that? I'm not their expert. That was my point.
Yeah, there's a wonderful clip by Wynton Marsalis. Do you know who he is? He's a great trumpeter. So Wynton Marsalis says something to the effect that music has culture, but music is universal. It belongs to all of us. And I think that's what we're trying to say, is this music belongs to all of us. And when I hear white Americans sing spirituals, and they know how to sing spirituals, I love it. Christine Brewer can sing spirituals. You know, Renee Fleming can sing. So when they sing spirituals and they know the meaning of it, and they own them as an American, meaning that they were part of this process, they are part of this process, then it's real. And getting Marita to understand, I said, you've got to put your butt into it. Do you know what a butt is? and she did. And when you do, when you find the meaning and you find the intricacies of the piece, then you own it and you can live it on stage and we will appreciate it. And we will throw shoes at you because we love it so much, and hats and flowers. But you've got to find it, and you've got to do all of that work that you do for your Schubert, that you do for your Ravel and your Fauré. You've got to do this in this music.
Thank you. Yeah, Cornelia wants me to. Please pass those out. We'll speak about. Yes. If you're able to pass that out right now, that would be wonderful. If I can just say one thing from my experience, having performed spirituals, and I remember the story of Theo, who was not sure if he wanted to perform a Hall Johnson spiritual that was in dialect, and he and I had a conversation about when you pay attention and you invest time and invest the respect, and you are choosing to bring this to the stage, and that is a level of respect, then it's a beautiful thing, because then the music has a life. And if the music is only for a few people to perform, then it will not have a life. It will stay in the shadows, or it will only be performed in fewer and fewer situations. But it's our job to learn about the music, to respect the dialect and spirituals as a language that has rules and has ways of learning it and practicing it like we would any language, and learning about the context and bringing it with respect to the stage, then that's a beautiful thing, and we should celebrate the music of these wonderful composers, and we should hear it as often as possible.
I just wanted to add to that don't assume that just because someone's African American over African heritage that they know automatically how to sing these songs, because they don't. And you know, we've talked about it quite a lot.
I'm Caribbean, actually, from Trinidad and Tobago. So some of the spirituals I grew up with, but the American dialect and certain stylistic things, I have to defer to Professor Harper. This is his area of expertise, and I want to be respectful of the American culture. And while, of course, music belongs to everyone, I know for me as a Caribbean person, I have a lot of respect for the American tradition, which is different. Like, Caribbeans are sort of cousins to the Americans. We have lots of similarities, but it's very specific, so I'm grateful I have an expert to advise me.
I just want to tell one very quick anecdote. We all heard the beautiful performance of My Dream today. And that's a song that I performed a couple of years ago at our Singing Down the Barriers on a recital. And it does say "Black Like Me" twice in the song. And it's a song that has a lot of meaning for me, and I've spent many years with it. And my close colleague and friend, who's a Black scholar of American culture, Tracy Lombre, was at the concert. And she came to me afterwards with tears in her eyes, and she was so happy that I had sung that song and that I had given such respect and brought such joy to this sentiment of Black like me, and how important it was that that song is shared, and it's something that we can all invest our respect and time in and bring to the stage. So don't be afraid. If the music is something that speaks to you and that you want to spend your time and your energy learning and performing, then we're here. We're here to work on it with you, to help you find the scores, to practice, work on the dialect, to learn the contexts. There are many ways to get to know this music. And so Cornelia has passed out a handout that is just starting to touch on what is available for resources that you might need or want to access. There's the Song of America website, which we mentioned, and there's Dr. Toppin's website, the African Diaspora Music Project. Very importantly, for the young singers, there are 2 competitions on there. There is the one that Dr. Toppin runs, the George Shirley competition, for which you can submit videos in the international division. You could even use your videos from this competition for that, and you can win cash prizes. And there's also Michael's competition on there, if you want to say.
Yes, it's called the Williams-Howard competition, and Louise was there this year to adjudicate. And I started it in order to promote the study and performance of art songs by Black composers. And in addition to that, I set up a repository at the Royal Northern College of Music. Now, all of these are within the college, so you'd have to come there to study with me to access the competition. But you could possibly go to the library and ask to look at the scores and all of the related information there. And it's the first of its type in all of Europe, I think. So it's great. Yeah.
Thank you.
I must say so.
And we hope that there will be more. You're starting the ball rolling. And then, as I mentioned, there's the summer program that Louise is the director of. I'm also on the faculty at the summer program. And what else is on there? Yeah, but there are also, of course, the African American Art Song Alliance website. There are so many other resources. Randy Jones's book. I mean, this is just a starting point. And I hope that if you have any questions, then you would feel free to reach out to us or reach out to Dr. Weidner about our contact information. So I know we have to wrap it up now, but any other last questions? You can also come up and take a look at the scores that I brought if you're interested.
Did you want me to show it?
Oh, yeah, Louise, if you're able to show you want to show your website maybe briefly if we have a second to look at it. Or Song of America or whatever you have up.
Can you see it?
Now we can see it, yeah.
Are you seeing it?
Yes. We just saw it, and now we see you.
I can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear us.
We saw it. Can you hear us? Can you hear me? Yes.
She can hear us.
Can you see us?
Turn up volume.
No?
Could you see it?
Yes. Can you? Who's running the
Siri,
camera? Can
stop.
she see us from here?
Siri, stop.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. And we saw it.
Can you see this?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
So she's showing us. You can
So the
search
important thing is, if you're looking for repertoire and you don't know anything other than your
It looks like you haven't set up any HomeKit accessories.
What is that? I don't know what that was, but So if you don't know anything other than your voice type, you can put your name and it shows you, populates the scores. The scores then take you to a page. And once you're on a page like this, you can find the record, you can find where the music is from, and depending on what score you pick out, you can find a recording. And that's what I wanted to show you, that this is a site that allows you many ways to just start exploring the repertoire and figuring out what's available. Something's wrong with the sound on my end.
Okay. Thank you, Louise, for showing us that. Okay, if there are no last... Oh, go ahead.
I did want to say one other quick thing. Now I can hear you. The George Shirley competition, just for those that are interested, you do not have to travel to the United States. It's an international competition done all online. And so I just wanted to emphasize that we are looking for students in Europe who are not coming to the United States.
Okay.
Ob ich jetzt noch was sagen soll oder erstmal gibt es noch Fragen, aber vielleicht auch jetzt draußen haben wir noch ein bisschen was vorbereitet, da können wir vielleicht einfach die Gespräche noch fortführen. Dann bleibt mir eigentlich nur noch mal Danke zu sagen. Thank you so much for coming here. Thank you, Louise. I hope you can hear me, for being with us. Und ja, ich danke vor allen Dingen allen, die den Tag hier mitgemacht haben, mitgestaltet haben. Ich habe noch ein kleines Dankeschön. Für alle, die da mitgemacht haben, auch unsere Gesprächsrunde, wenn ihr einfach vielleicht nochmal zu mir auf die Bühne kommt, Annett, Keval, Kian, Henk, dann können wir nochmal hier mit einem kleinen späten Sommergruß, bevor der Herbst jetzt endgültig kommt. Ups. So, nochmal einen großen Applaus für alle. Auch ein bisschen ins Licht kommen, da hinten sieht man euch ja gar nicht mehr. Also wie gesagt, vielen, vielen Dank für diesen intensiven Tag, für die vielen Gedanken, für den Austausch, für die Anregungen, Inspirationen, für die Leidenschaft, die hier geteilt wurde, für die interessanten Einblicke und die vertiefenden Einblicke zu den beiden Komponistinnen, Margaret Bonds und Florence Price, die wir morgen dann hier auf dieser Bühne auch nochmal im Finale des Wettbewerbs hören werden. Also beide Komponistinnen sind morgen nochmal im Programm vertreten. Ich danke für den regen Austausch. Das war jetzt mal ein Versuch, ein Start, in diesen Netzwerkgedanken einzutreten. Und ich denke einfach, wenn es allen Spaß gemacht hat, dann werden wir da einfach weiter dran arbeiten und vielleicht sowas wiederholen. Und jetzt würde ich sagen, wir gehen dann zum gemütlichen Teil über und setzen das aber einfach draußen fort. Also vielen, vielen Dank nochmal. Louise, sieht sie mich? Nein. Louise, I would love to give you a sunflower as well. But unfortunately not today, but you have to promise that you will be with us someday here on stage for our next part in Singing Justice. And ich hoffe einfach, dass wir ein paar Inspirationen mitgeben konnten, dass jetzt die Webseiten ganz stark frequentiert werden. Ich habe auch Noten im Büro liegen. Hier gibt es nochmal Noten zum Anschauen. Und dann freuen wir uns, wenn wir bald mehr von dieser wunderbaren Musik hören werden. Vielen Dank und jetzt bis bald, würde ich sagen.